Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know y'all thought I got raptured up, but I'm still here. Y'all thought I might have got raptured. That's why y'all like, that's why I got messages saying that, oh, you going live? Are you going live today? Did you get raptured up? Did you get raptured? I'm I started a little late today because my neighbor was making so much goddamn noise outside that it was unbearable to start. I did not get raptured up. So for those who were sending me messages, texting me, sending me other messages saying, "Oh, Coach Rand is not live today. You must have got raptured up." I didn't get raptured up. Although we're gonna talk about it a little bit. We're gonna talk about a little rapture. All these people, everybody caught up into this little frenzy about this whole rapture thing, which is a sad thing. It just really demonstrates that many people don't read the Bible. How you doing, Jake? Hey, Sherry, how you doing? Welcome to the show. This has been fun, but I'm glad that this whole rapture nonsense is over. I think technically it'll be over on Saturday, and now that they're trying to change it some more. What up, Wayne? What up, Stuffed Dog? So you call your people to make sure they still there. Yep, my folks still here. Mama's still here. Cousins still here. Aunties, they all still here. Yep, all my little neighbors up the street, Mr. Williams, he's still here. I saw Mr. Williams this morning. Still here. I mean, he was on his way to class, his seminary class. So Mr. Williams is still here. Ain't no rapture happening. But we're gonna talk about that today. We're gonna talk about some other things today as well. Um, so hopefully everybody's got their, you if you click on the link. Thank you for supporting the channel. Let me say that first. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Whether you are a super fan on TikTok or donate on TikTok, whether you are a subscription holder on Facebook, I think that's all you can do on Facebook. And if you are a membership on YouTube or do super chats on YouTube, I appreciate it. And those who support the channel, donate directly toward my Cash App. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the support to the channel. Thank you guys for sharing the videos and liking them and commenting on them. I appreciate all of that. All of that helps. All of that moves the algorithm. So I appreciate everybody. I appreciate all you guys. I truly, truly do. So y'all know we're meeting in San Antonio. The link is on the YouTube video at Coach Rand's 33. That's all I'm gonna say about that right now. But people have been looking in the sky. Did y'all see the throngs of people at some hill that they call Calvary somewhere? I didn't even look research to see where it was at. Somewhere in Africa, I think. And all them damn people, because the sun was out and it had a little ring around it, which you can see quite often, was all out there screaming and stuff. And somebody made a really good comment. It was like, no wonder it was so easy for them to conquer our ancestors. All this belief in shit, this spiritual bullshit. People be like, oh, African people, black people are more spiritual than any other person. Yeah, getting their ass whooped too because of that. Yeah, so that's some bullshit. Oh, that was Wayne was talking about crazy people looking in the sky. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, but this is all crazy. This is all crazy. So the primary suspect here is this gentleman, Brother Joshua. He's the one who has gotten the most press. He's gotten the most FaceTime about this whole rapture business. I'm not saying that he's the one who came up with it or he's the one who picked out the date or anything like that. But he said, and this is what I found very interesting. I'll probably do this as a separate video because I don't like the mic. I need to figure out how to get a better mic for that and a better mic for this. Well, I need a cable for this one. I got the mics. Anyway, this Brother Joshua, I watched this video and he came out and he said that on the 23rd that God had came to him, God spoke to him. So although the Bible, and I want you to follow me here. Although the Bible tells you that no man knows the hour or the time, but only the Father, and say nor the Son, nor the angels, but only the Father. knows the time of Jesus is the return of the Son of Man. Joshua said that this guy, Joshua said that God told him. That God told him. So because he's saying that God told him, this should supersede the idea that no man knows the time, nor the angels, nor the Son nor the Son would know the time frame of the Son of Man return. Only the Father knows, since the Father told Brother Joshua. So it supersedes it. It countermands the Bible, because the one who does know the time is telling when the time is going to happen. So you see how that works. You see how that works. But I want you to think about this, because this question here, and hopefully we can get some people who believed that the rapture was going to happen or is going to happen, but hopefully we can get some of those people on here, because that's what I really want to talk to today. People who actually believed in this failed prophecy. That every aspect of your Bible is nothing more than someone claiming that God told them something. Now, I want you to think about it. I mean, for all of us who have deconstructed from Christianity, for those who are still in Christianity, especially those who are the rapture believers, I want you to contemplate this very seriously. The overwhelming majority of Christianity today is based on Paul. Pauline Christianity is your Christianity. It's the primary Christianity that's out there. Whether you're Catholic, Protestant, spiritual, non-denominational, denominational, it doesn't matter. Your primary version of Christianity, your doctrine, is based on Paul for the most part. Paul is not a man who walked with the so-called Jesus. Paul is not a person who spoke to this God. According to this book, Paul is a person who said that God told me. Jesus told me. So same way Joshua was saying, God told me. Paul said, Jesus appeared to me. Jesus told me. So your overwhelming majority of your version of Christianity is a man claiming that Jesus came and told him something. No proof, no evidence, no nothing. Just God came and told Paul, and Paul got y'all believing in Jesus. Because without Paul, you have no Jesus movement. You have no Christians, and you have no Christians. It does not become the ruling religion of Rome. Let's go a little bit further back. A little further back. According to the Israelite belief, the Judaism, Moses wrote the Pentateuch. Moses wasn't present during anything in Genesis, but Moses wasn't aware when he was born of things that was going on. But Moses is a guy who created a whole Exodus and started a whole religion, because he said, God told me that in the beginning, when he began to create, that his breath fluttered over the waters, and that he did create each day, and then he created man, and then he created Adam and Eve, then he created the garden, and then they had children, and then those one child killed the other child. Then, telling a good grandpa story, then the another baby is born, and from that line we got Noah, and from Noah we go all the way up and we get Abraham, and then we get Abraham, and then the lineage of Abraham comes all the way up to me, your Messiah of leaving Egypt. So you got the two primers of this religion are based on a man saying, God told me. No evidence, no proof, no nothing. So you got Joshua, brother Joshua here, saying, God told me that the rapture was going to happen. And since God, the Father, is the only one who knows when it's going to happen, if he told me, then it must be right. And here was crazy. When I was looking at the video that this picture is pulled off of, he was saying that, that if he's wrong, he would come back on Friday. But he know what 100%, there's a mathematical impossibility that he would be here on Friday. But he said if he is, he's going to come back and continue his ministry. So in the comments of that, you had a bunch of people saying, oh, well, next time, just don't give a date. A bunch of people was in there saying that, oh, this is such a blessed man. A bunch of people were in the comments praising him, still saying that regardless of anything, they're going to follow him. They're going to still let him be their pastor, their prophet. And he has shown himself to be a fair prophet. Oh, and it was one of the more common ones that I saw. Maybe you just didn't understand what God actually meant. Maybe you didn't understand it right. Maybe you didn't catch on to it the way God wanted you to. So all kinds of excuses, but even more so, the blind following of it all. The blind following of all of it. So, I mean, do I have any believers on here? I really want to talk to a believer about this whole thing. And that's why I like to know instead of believing. I don't believe nothing. I might have my guesses, my estimations, my hypothesis, but certainly not a belief in this nonsense. And I'm stupid questions I'm not even paying attention to. How you doing, Life?
Hi, how you doing? I think I came up by mistake.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I'm not a believer of that foolishness. Absolutely not. I think it's so hilarious. I'm 55 and I've been through a whole bunch of raptures.
I'm 53 and I done been with a whole bunch of them with you. It has been.
It's just so hilarious. I'm gonna take my first rapture. I think my first rapture had to be, let me think. My mother was a practicing Jehovah's Witness. And I think the first rapture she had, I was terrified. I was a little girl. Had to be maybe like 70. I'm trying to see. Was it before my sister was born? Maybe like 77, somewhere around in the 70s. Middle to late 70s. And that wedding came, and then several others throughout the years. And it's just ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you the one thing I can say about the Jehovah's Witnesses. When that happened, that was a big one for them. People sold their houses, quit their jobs, gave away stuff, gave away money, vehicles, all the things. And when they had a lot of people turned away from that faith, and you know what their response was? Because, people just kind of put their feet to the fire about it. They came back and said, no one told you to do those things. That's on you. That was their response. No one told you to do that. You doing those things, that's on you. And I think that was just so messed up. And that really, I was a child, which, I wasn't baptized or anything. But that kind of really made me look at them side-eye over the years. And I just never went on to accept that religion. And as an older person, I never really accepted a particular religion, right? Because I always had questions. it just never made sense to me. And then even as I've gotten older now, I really have my mind made up that, you know, it's a whole bunch of crap. Simply because it just doesn't make sense. You know, I see these people out here blindly. I look at, I live in Louisiana. We had Jimmy Swagger with that, I sinned. I mean, he just told them what he did. They still follow him, you know.
They'll follow him.
Who we had? Tammy, what's up, Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy and Tammy Baker.
Them fools. Who else? I mean, we didn't have a whole bunch of people. It's just hilarious.
Yeah.
And I think people, let me tell you this, the really sad, I'm laughing, but the really sad part about it is you get one life and you spend a lot of time, money, and all the things hoping for something that's not there, following people that can't give you any kind of salvation when you should be living you get one life. You should be living it to the fullest, the best of your ability, waiting on something on the other side. And there is nothing on, for me, I can only speak for me. There is nothing on the other side. You know, one thing I always say about humans, that they're very egotistical. They think that they're better than any other living thing on this planet. You know, things live and they pass away. They, you know, they have an expiration date.
Yeah.
Animals, yes, we can talk, we can walk, we can reason, we can do all those things, right? However, when you pass away, science has proved you decompose and you go back to the earth. That's it.
That's it.
To me, that's it. And so instead of focusing on all that other stuff, you need to be focusing on living the best life that you can live, being the best person that you can live, experiencing the best experiences that you can live. That's what you need to be doing.
Oh, I agree 100%.
And then I have one more thing I want to say. You don't mind? Do you mind if I talk?
I don't mind. I wanted to talk to you, but go ahead.
I got one more thing. I try to make a point of this. When you talk about Christianity, right?
Uh-huh.
And you talk about, oh, they give us signs. They give us signs. Think about this. They have Asian people, Black people, Hispanic, every color of the rainbow of people. You had 12 disciples. You got God, right? So-called God. You got Jesus. How, even say they didn't have pictures back then, like where they can illustrate it, but they can illustrate it in the Bible, right? If it was depicted or illustrated that they had, out of all his 12 disciples, that they made it known that they were these different ethnicities. You understand? Do you follow what I'm saying?
No, maybe I got lost somewhere.
And I don't believe in it. How can I put it? How profound it would be had God made it known He made all of those ethnicities. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be quiet and listen to you.
Nah, I mean that would have, you see, that would have shown that this God is actually a God that is the creator of all people and a lover of all people, instead of him just being this ethnocentric, pretty much racist God who only loves this one group of people. But of course, the people who created this God aren't writing it that way, because they're only writing based on their own ethnocentric beliefs. And that was common in that time frame. And that was common for a long time, that people made their God be the God of just themselves and no one else, except for those people who practice animism and value the earth, such as the Panari people. They valued the earth, they valued animals, they valued just life, and they didn't have this one universal God. But it would have been more profound. It would have made more sense if you had a God who's trying to be the God of all people, to have included all people instead of just this one little group of people. So I agree with you on that one. One thing that's interesting, because I had just researched this not too long ago. You say that your mom was Jehovah Witness, and it's interesting that the Jehovah Witness came out of a failed rapture prophecy. You had William Miller, who had the Millerites, and from his failed prophecy in the late 1800s, the Jehovah Witness movement began. After the people were disappointed, the people were pissed off, had given up all their stuff, then they created a whole nother Jehovah Witness religion that is based on a rapture initially, where after 144,000 people have become Jehovah Witness, they've been sealed, then the rapture was going to happen. But then that fails in the mid 1900s, and because they acquired the 144,000, well, early 1900s. And so then they changed it up again and started saying that, oh no, we got to continue witnessing because only the 144,000 going to go up and be in heaven. But there's be all these other people, all the other Jehovah Witnesses going to live in the new city of Jerusalem. And then you have with one of the persons on YouTube or Facebook was saying that in 1976, you had probably the one that you're talking about, which is another failed Jehovah Witness prophecy. And all these people lost all their stuff and walked away from being Jehovah Witness. And I don't remember that happening because I was only 5 at the time. But what I do remember is that in my city, at least, that's when Jehovah Witness got a really bad taste. That's when people really had a bad taste in their mouth. Jehovah Witnesses in my city. I recognized that roughly about 3-4 years later. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was because of this failed prophecy of the rapture, but these people can't keep believing it, and they keep giving up all their stuff. Saw people giving up their cars, people giving up their money. I understand some of the videos that people are putting out is satire, so you have to delineate between the two. But these people, there's some serious people who have given up a bunch of stuff, and they still are going to, after this all go through, some of them are going to leave this religion. Some of them are going to start questioning. Others, they're going to back it up, just like people were backing up this guy. Just like people backed up the Bakers. They backed up all these other pastors who go and do stuff. Living in Atlanta when Eddie Long got caught messing with them young men. They were sitting up there, and the people who was going to that church that I knew, they were still like, oh, we're supposed to forgive, and he's still our pastor, and I'm not gonna let one thing do this or one thing do that. And I thought, y'all stupid. Y'all the dumbest damn people in creation. And that made me, hell, I thought about starting a church because of that dumb shit. And then there's one.
Look, we gonna make us a whole bunch of money.
Right?
Let me tell you something else about them, the witnesses. Because, all through the years, even as I got to be older, and they didn't like me because they would try, my mom, and she's still practicing till this day. She's in her 70s.
Mm-hmm.
They would try to come to me and talk to me, and I do my research. Like, I go back, okay, y'all don't believe in Christmas, but at your headquarters in New York, y'all celebrated Christmas. There's pictures of y'all with big Christmas trees. Let's go back, and y'all were racist. Yeah. Y'all did not mess with Black people or any other group of people, not even Asian people or Hispanic people. There's pictures at your conventions, your 3-day conventions, your 1-week conventions, that you didn't mess with people. Most recently, because they lost a lot of people during the pandemic, right?
Mm.
They did. They actually lost a lot of people because people were inside, because they did like the Zoom, whatever meetings. And people started, being able to have a little time on their hand to research and really see what it was. So they lost. So they have a campaign right now. They used to disfellowship people. So now they brought the standards down to disfellowship, and people like, okay, you disfellowship, but we're not going to handle it that way. They've even brought the standard down to say, well, okay, your family can't communicate you when you're excommunicated, because, they had a strict policy that you can't talk. Now, oh, well, we're not going to be that strict. they're even letting women wear pantsuits now.
What?
Trousers. I'm telling you, I got the inside scoop because my mom goes. They can wear pants now. They can wear, now. They do have one rule. If you're doing a presentation on stage, no, that's a no. But if you just want to come on Sunday or Wednesday or whatever your book study or whatever, you can wear pants, trousers. Yes, women, because what they're doing, they're seeing that's a sticking point with people, and they're losing their people, and so they're making concessions, and then that's what they do. They move the goalpost for people. They're even kind of teeter-tottering with the whole blood issue, right? Which they've been doing that for a while, where you can take platelets, you can ask for different alternatives, and then now they're kind of saying it's a personal decision, quote unquote, quote unquote, But they still have things in place where, like, the so-called brothers will show up if you tell them you're having a procedure, just to pressure you and get you to not accept whole blood product. So yeah, those are the things, and it's so sad when you're in a chokehold. The only thing that I can say about that religion, I do like some of the moral aspects of it. That's about the size of it. And you can take it or leave it. I do think my mom raising me a particular way, with just some of the aspects of it, has kept me out of trouble. And I do hold on to and I think that's just more morality. That's your moral compass overall. That's just your moral compass.
Right.
Not so much the particular religion, if that makes sense.
Oh no. Yeah, I understand. And there are certain, religions aren't all bad. They do teach some morals, but I can get those morals from any other place.
Any other place, exactly.
And
any other place that. And then I think it's, unless something is just really wrong with you, and I believe that, and if you choose to ignore it, or you look at it, that's on you. I think they got some people, they just wired, like unalivers and greatness, they just wired different. But I think if you just have the wherewithal to have a moral compass, which I think is built in, it's supposed to be built in, but just like with any other impediments or things that are wrong with certain people, that's just something wrong.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. I think that's something you can develop if you want it, just like you have your wants and desires and the things you want to do and then you don't want to do. If you don't want to develop your moral compass, then that's on you. If you want to develop it, and I've been always one of those people, I want it, but I'm not perfect by a long shot.
And I do, what? I just realized I experienced some of the changing in Jehovah's Witness. I just realized that. So two aspects of it. Well, so when we was growing up, Jehovah's Witness couldn't date somebody who wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, right? So there was this girl that I really wanted to date in the 8th grade. But her dad, and she was cute. Her and her sister was real cute. But everybody wanted to date this girl. Her dad literally moved the family out of our city just so that nobody would try to date his daughters. And there were other cases where dudes try to date girls and who were Jehovah's Witness, and they threatened to excommunicate them from the group, kick them out. The parents are gonna kick them out and all this stuff. But then in 2015, I ran into that girl from the 8th grade again. We all still kind of stayed in contact.
And I bet you she married a non-believer.
Oh no, that ain't the thing.
Okay.
That ain't the thing. When I ran into her in 2015, I happened to be single myself at the time. So we dated for a little bit. And wasn't, to put it gently, wasn't worried about no premarital stuff. The premarital stuff was out the door. She was all for dating, going out. She was all for the intimacy. And she was still Jehovah's Witness. The people at her church, at her at the church. I don't know what to call it. At the meeting hall.
The Kingdom Hall.
Kingdom Hall. They knew, and they were trying to get me to become a Jehovah's Witness. And they knew I was.
Exactly. Hold on. And that happens. And I know you're not lying about that. Because I'm going to tell you what happens a lot. And I've seen this. Is, again, they need more followers. So they make concessions. So even if they see somebody, and I'm going to tell you something that's even more wilder within the religion. If you have all these strict rules, why you have so many divorced people in the Kingdom Hall? Hello.
Yeah.
And it's not just that. Everybody divorced in there and then been married maybe 1 or 2 times. You might even have people in the Kingdom Hall that can switch mates and they all go to the same Kingdom Hall. Hello.
Yep. But yeah.
I'm just keeping it a buck.
They
I'm not
did.
saying it's across the board, but I'm just saying if you have these strict rules, okay, because and then women, they get really the short end of the stick in the Kingdom Hall. And that was a real sticking point for me. You have a husband who's cheating, you have to be able to have at least 2 people that physically seeing him cheating. So that means almost he needs to be in the bed with that individual and you have to see it. So imagine this is what happens to a lot of women who are married to dudes like that. They go for years and years and years. So finally what happens is when he's ready to get married and go back to the Kingdom Hall, he'll tell the truth, right? He'll say, yeah, I did that. Because he's ready to marry whoever he's with. And then that lets the woman out of prison, his prior wife out of prison, to get married. But this is the thing, she might be old and gray by that time, you know, and he gets accepted back with his new wife, him and his new wife going back to the Kingdom Hall, and she's bitter and mad because she went all those years waiting on him to tell the truth to get her out of marriage prison, and that's just so crazy and unfair. Yeah. They have elders who are remarried, who had real infidelity issues. So the man, he holds all the power, you know, to remarry, and he's not held. So, and I think that's just so wrong. A person that didn't do anything, they're the ones getting punished.
Yeah, and
they even uphold physical abuse.
Yep.
You know, that was a big sticking point. They even uphold children getting raped. They had a big case back in the 80s and 70s in several cases. They have lawyers. They literally have lawyers, you know, and then they turn around again and blame, oh, well, why did you let your child go out in field service with this person? You should have been there. You are the parent. Or why did you let this person take your child to the bathroom in the Kingdom Hall? You should have took your child. It's always they turn around and blame the person, the victim, if that makes sense. And I think that's just so messed up in a religion. And they go hard. They go hard. They have lawyers and they go hard to try to prevent people from suing and getting money.
That unfortunately that happens a lot. And I grew up with a young lady. I ain't gonna say her name because some of the people from my hometown, they watch the show and everything. And, you know, she confided this to me when we was in junior high, confided it again in high school, basically confided it twice in high school. And then as adults, you know, we've talked about it a few times, but this young lady, she experienced being molested by people at the Kingdom Hall on at least 3 separate occasions that she told me about, right? Because there was nobody who saw it, they blamed her. And then she, on one of the occasions, they forced her to get an abortion. And then said that she was out there being fast. Now, everybody in my hometown in Marietta, Georgia, knew that this girl was not fast, that she wasn't out there having sex with nobody. Because a lot of us tried to date her too. She was a cute little chocolate thing. Everybody tried to date her too. But she wouldn't date anybody. And I used to, even in high school, I used to wonder why she would kind of like shy away from dudes a lot, only because, and let's see, only because me and her participated in a certain activity. I don't want to be specific because my little Marietta Snoopers, they'll figure it out. Because we participated in a similar activity, we grew close to each other, and she lived around the corner from me at times. But because there was a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses that lived around in the same area that I lived in for some strange reason. But yeah, she had to hide this stuff. And even as an adult, when we regained our connection as adults, she still is traumatized by all that stuff. The only thing I cannot fathom is why is she still a Jehovah's Witness?
But I can tell you why. So this is one of the things that they'll do. They try to play on your emotion.
Mm-hmm.
They try to use the scriptures and say, well, the person that did that to you, Satan made him do that to you or her do that to you. They need help. We want them to change their ways. So reporting them, and I'm not agreeing with any of it. I'm just telling you why, because I had a front row seat as to how they do and how they try to get people to not report. They say that that's a kingdom hall issue, that's between Jehovah and the kingdom hall and the elders and the brothers. Let them take care of that person. And they should have a forgiving heart and should want that person to reform themselves and be better. And then that's going to elevate them by having that forgiving heart. Because getting the, getting the police or the officials involved, that's not good for the kingdom hall. And what does it matter that secular entities have to say to put them in jail? Putting them in jail is not going to help them.
Right.
Getting them to see things Jehovah's way is what's going to help them, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, I mean,
that makes sense, but that's what they tell them. And if you imagine somebody like her growing up in the kingdom hall, in her parents' house, don't have a way to go out on her own and getting bullied into letting people get away with that, and then add the cherry on top, blaming her parents for not being on the watch for her being around those people and getting essayed. There you go. That's how that goes.
Yeah, and I heard this with my own ears.
And I believe you. And that's the thing.
You didn't even hear what I said that I heard with my own ears.
She's still a witness. She probably pushes it down. And she probably just blames herself, Right.
But one of what I was about to say that I heard with my own ears is that one day we was in I think we was in the 8th grade, and there was me and some of my little crew. We was walking around. We walked past their house. Her and her siblings came down to the fence, and we were just talking. And we were just talking about school stuff, And her mother yelled at her to come up to the house, right, to the porch. And her mother actually blamed her for being cute, and that's why this stuff keep happening to her. And she blamed her for being cute. And this was one of those situations, you know how black folks say, 2 ugly people can make a pretty baby? Yeah, that's what happened in this situation, because mama and daddy look like trash.
She might have been jealous of her own daughter.
That right there.
That part right there.
I realized that she was, when her mother said that to her, I was like, even in the 8th grade, I was like, that's messed up that you blaming her looks on what other people do.
But they have a lot of women, even today, that they're jealous of their own daughters, in competition with their own daughters. All the things. I have a daughter. I only have one child. I have a daughter. She's 20. And I think I see that. We see that. And it's so sad for you, something that you born into the world, something that you know, you created, you're jealous or you feel a way about your own child. But there's a lot of women, not saying every woman, because I'm a woman, but there are a lot of women that are jealous of their own daughters. And I look at it this way: you had your time. Set your old ass down.
Exactly.
Set your old ass down. You had it, and then what you should be doing is encouraging your child. I want everything for my daughter, right? I want her to be better than me. I want her to be happier than me. I want everything any and everything I never had, I want it for her, right? I want her to achieve way more than I've ever had. You know, I'm her biggest supporter and her biggest fan. Yeah.
Oh, no, I agree. Now, I want to get some other people on here, but before I do, I got one more question to ask you.
Yes.
Because this seems to be a trend for the last like 4 or 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
Where in Louisiana are you?
I am in Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. Okay. Because I keep getting all these Louisiana people over the last 5 days.
Oh, wow. Really?
This seems to be the Louisiana week or something. I don't know what. Maybe that storm that's supposed to be passing through right now brought all over.
Well, wait a minute. What storm passing through where?
Oh, it was just a regular thunderstorm that came from like Colorado, swept through a little bit of Texas.
Say, wait a minute now.
Yeah, it's just a regular storm.
Just a regular storm.
Yeah,
okay.
I got my Lake Charles people over here on YouTube, and I got the.
Oh, you're in Lake Charles?
No, I'm in San Antonio.
Oh, Texas. Okay, gotcha.
There's a young lady on TikTok. She's in between Baton Rouge and Louisiana and New Orleans. Somebody's in Eunice or somewhere. They all y'all Louisiana people keep coming up over the last few days.
Well, that means that you got to learn from Louisiana.
I see.
Follow you. Follow you.
I appreciate it.
Before I drop down, and I guess what they call it, the heart or the heart something. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Then send you that.
No real storm. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said storm. I knew Louisiana people triggered by the word storm. So
yeah,
it was just a regular rain.
Right now, like, oh no, wait a minute. I'm like, I'm gonna tell my daughter, pack your bag, girl.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
A regular high pressure, low pressure. But you know what's funny is that I did, you know, when I was messing around with this whole prophecy and the stuff, right? I did say that that I could predict that some of this stuff is such BS because I could predict right now that there's going to be a storm that's going to come up into the Gulf and mess up some islands and all this kind of stuff, right? And I said that last week. And right now there's a tropical storm that's headed towards the Bahamas. So that makes me a prophet. I'm just saying.
All right. I just wanted to say one more thing before I drop down. Is I didn't realize this little dude from Africa was so young. I was imagining some little old gray-haired man, a little old bald-headed man. That little dude is so young.
Oh, that's the thing in Africa over the last like 10, 15 years. It's the Gen Zers and millennials that have taken over the mantle of tricking the hell out of tricking them people left and right, convincing them to do stupid stuff. Where like the one man said that he got to lick all the women's poom poom, and another man was saying he said that he can't touch the ground, so they carry him everywhere. He had him running outside and eating grass. Yeah, they have realized that the best and easiest scam is religion.
Religion. Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you, thank you so much for having me up. I appreciate your time, and you have a good one.
My pleasure. Thank you. It must be ladies' night or afternoon. Got a brown skinned girl. Are you over 21?
I am.
Okay, good. And are you a believer?
I'm not a believer.
Okay. Where are you from, just by the way? I'm wondering if this is a Louisiana trend still going.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Louisiana.
God What in the hell? I do not want to live in Louisiana, so I'm not taking this as a sign that I need to live in Louisiana.
Yeah, don't come down here.
And where about in Louisiana?
I don't really talk about my city because I don't want to be doxxed on TikTok.
Gotcha. Good Lord.
But yeah.
All right, so what you think about Brother Joshua and these people who believed in him, and this rapture is now failed, even though they're trying to extend it, and they still believe, they still gonna follow him. The people are saying they still gonna follow this man.
Yeah, I mean, to say that you're still gonna follow him when your Bible clearly states that when a prophet makes a prophecy that doesn't come to pass, he's clearly not someone you should be following. It deems him as a false prophet, I believe. So the fact that they are still willing to follow what he, which the founder clear that he was a false prophet according to their own Bible. But someone made a really good point on another live that I was listening in on too. A lot of Christian believers, and myself included, when I was a Christian, we don't come into the faith through reading the Bible. Nope. We come into the faith through preaching.
Yep. Agreed.
And so by the time we even read the Bible, it's typically already from an indoctrinated mind.
Yeah.
If we read it at all.
And that's no matter how you come into it. Like, so I don't know if you were doing the same way I was. I was born into it. Born into a Christian family. Been going to church for as long as I can remember. But yes, even going to church, indoctrinated into it, you would still preach that. And that's how you learned about the Bible from childhood on up. And Sunday school lessons were cherry picked. You didn't learn everything about it. Bible study was cherry picked. Saturday's study, because we went to church like 3 times a week, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then so you had all of that. But even if you're not born into it, you're surrounded by churches, and then all of a sudden you have this emotional experience. Now you've heard people talk God, 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 Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. You have this emotional event and you go to the church. You still just preach that. You still don't read it. And this is why I always get Christians on here. And when I tell them different aspects of their book, oh, I've never seen that. I don't think I've read that. Where's that at? Because they've never read this book, like you say. So yeah, you are absolutely right. What podcast was that? Because I don't mind promoting other people's podcasts. I'm not one of those kind of people.
What was that? I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
What podcast was that? Because I don't mind other podcast names being brought up because I don't get jealous.
On different lives, because I'm an atheist, and I just see, like, I like to talk with other atheists. To be honest with you, I can't. It's hard for me to be in that realm of delusion with Christians and to debate with them on this stuff. So I'd like to. So it was just another atheist live on here. I can't remember who it was, but yeah.
Oh, and for all my Louisiana people, you and Life, who was on here earlier, we are having a meetup here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. We're having a meetup here in San Antonio over that weekend. And if you go on my YouTube page at Coach Renz 33, there's a link for the hotel that we're going to be staying at, and that most of the events are going to be happening at. And there's a free supper and a free breakfast provided at the hotel. So I just want to let you Louisiana people know that, since y'all are closer. It's just a drive, but shameless plug.
I saw you on YouTube, and then before I even saw you on TikTok, and I would have watched a lot of your videos on YouTube.
Well, I appreciate that.
Because when I was deconstructing, I started deconstructing way before I got on TikTok, and so I started getting on YouTube, and I started seeing like your videos. It was some other people's videos. Before I even discovered that it was a whole thing on TikTok.
No. I will appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. And you know, appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so to get back to the subject matter here, so I know that these people have been indoctrinated, and we know they haven't read their book. So maybe they don't know that a false prophet, you're supposed to leave that person alone. But because I think they don't do it because they get overwhelmed with messages of forgiveness, that you got to forgive and that nobody's perfect and all these sorts of things, right? But if a person calls themselves to be a pastor, priest, whatever, they supposedly heard directly from God that they are pastor or priest. Yet now they're making false prophecies. Why do you think they never put that into question of their calling as a false, that in itself may have been a false prophecy as well?
That's a really good question. And I think because when you talk about the Bible, when it talks about forgiveness aspect, it doesn't, they're applying that, and they're applying a scripture that doesn't appropriate to being a false prophet, if that makes sense. Forgiveness, it clearly lays out like you shouldn't follow a person that speaks a word that doesn't come to pass. I mean, it's clear. It doesn't add, you know, if it doesn't come to pass, you know, you should forgive them. It doesn't do any of that. It's a clear thing in the Bible about that. So for them to apply another scripture to that situation and say, oh, well, people are not perfect, as a means to keep following them, I don't understand that logic or that piece. That's baffling to me, because at the end of the day, it's like, what are you gaining from following someone that clearly lied?
Exactly. And that's how they do the Bible quite often. The Bible will tell them one thing. They will find something else that has nothing to do with the thing to try to justify that thing. And I was hoping you would go there with that, and you did, because the false prophet, what shows a false prophet and you shouldn't follow that person anymore has nothing to do with forgiveness. Has nothing to do with you still following them. You can forgive them, but you're not supposed to follow them, right? That's like if a man beat the shit out of you and he's supposed to be your mate, you can forgive him, but you shouldn't live with him no more, be with him no more. You walk away from that fool, right? And they'll gladly agree. Well, some of them will agree with that. Some of them still stay there like stupid. But and that's what they're doing. They're staying there like stupid with these pastors who've consistently false prophesized. They've consistently taken their money, consistently ruined their lives, made them stay in bad situations. And I think it's because of their fear of not being part of the group and their fear of not going to heaven, which is why I think they buy so hard into this rapture bullshit. What do you think? Am I off base? Still there, brown skin girl?
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I keep getting interrupted. I keep getting a phone call. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, it's all right. Let's see what that'll give me a shot to catch up with some of y'all, what y'all saying. I did put the link for the second time on Facebook and YouTube. Oh, you desire to speak? Yeah, please. Faith help.
Yeah, I think that element of the afterlife is really where the big fear comes in at.
Yeah.
And I think that, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I'm just agreeing. Sorry.
But even then, I don't see how that even has anything to do with them still continuing to follow that one particular person. Because you can still be a part of the religion. It doesn't mean that you need to follow their prophet. So I don't get that psychology aspect of that at all. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm pretty much expecting the Christians who did believe. It's interesting how emotions plays a part of it. You're going to have Christians who believed And because of this false prophecy, and depending upon how emotionally tied to it and how financially tied to it, some will start questioning. Like I saw a video of a guy and he's questioning his faith now. And I went and looked at a bunch of his other videos to make sure this wasn't satire. But now he's questioning his faith because he sold his car, he quit his job, he gave up all his life savings, he emptied his 401k, the whole deal. And now he's questioning his faith. So I understand he's questioning his faith based on an emotional standpoint. Now, for others who didn't have such an impact, they're going to write it off with different. They were writing it, not going to. I saw some of them writing it off with different excuses and things of that nature, and trying to, now they're reverting to the Bible, because now they are going to the nobody knows the time or the hour, and he's going to come like a thief in the night, and so we shouldn't believe anybody who says this. But 3 days ago, you were claiming you were going to be raptured up. So
yeah, I think that like when you, and I think that I mean, if this caused a lot of people to question their faith, then I think that's great, because I think we need more things that happen like this to allow, to where people can actually start questioning this stuff, because this religion is very dangerous. I mean, even from the financial aspect of it, to passing your 401k in an economy like this is extremely problematic and dangerous. And that is what caused me to question the faith as well. I couldn't justify the time that, even the time that they require you to spend in church and the money that they want you to donate. I couldn't justify it anymore in my budget, and financially it just wasn't making sense. And that was the beginning of my deconstruction. And I think that when I started to question, the more I questioned, and I started really allowing myself to critically think through these things, and without the fear, the fear is, it was just, remove itself little by little, until I got to a point where I'm like, this stuff it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
And questioning it, I mean, when I realized that I was bamboozled, and I think that that's hard for a lot of people, that you realize that. And I think even the Christians, they do have a lot of questions. There's no way you can be in this faith and not have questions. Because even as a Christian, I had questions, but I never explored the questions, because at the time, everything was okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was no need to, really.
Right. When life is good, there's no reason to question.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, when I finally got to a place in my own life, and it's not even what was happening so much in my life too. I started to see what was happening in my community as it pertains to the religion, and how it was affecting people's inability to progress and to grow.
Yeah.
I started to see how problematic this religion really is. Coming from a military background, and having experiences with different cultures and different people from other places in the world, and then moving back to Louisiana in a predominantly Black space, seeing the amount of churches, how religious the communities in Black spaces can be, really kind of opened my eyes to some things. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Churches and liquor stores, every corner. Churches and liquor stores. Right. I want to keep you drunk with the spirit and drunk with the spirit.
Right.
And I'm with you. It wasn't like, I was explaining to this guy the other day. He was trying to find some method of discovering some church hurt in me. And I was like, there is no church hurt. It's just realization. One realization, I served as well, so thank you for your service. But when you expand your perceptions beyond what you've been taught in your community, and you get to see how other people live and what other people think, and how religion has hurt other people but helped other people. And when I say helped other people, they've used religion to dominate other people and keep other people down. The thing that made a huge difference for me is when, at first, I used to be one of those Christians that said, oh, the Europeans use Christianity wrong. The Romans use Christianity wrong. And then I started, as more and more I read the Bible, more and more I studied the Bible, I came to the realization that no, the Europeans use the Bible exactly how the Bible says. The Romans use the Bible exactly how the Bible says. You know, so if they're using this Bible exactly how it says, and this is the outcome of it, why in the hell would I still participate in a religion where, in our current state, people who look like me is getting the short end of the stick? And I'm not trying to wait for, you know, how all things revolve to a time frame where people who look like me are getting the best end of the stick. No, there should be no stick involved in it if this guy was for all people. But you can enslave other people, you can beat those enslaved people, you can you know, exile people away from you if they don't believe in what you believe. So all those different things that was done like that, those were legitimately done exactly how the Bible tells them to do it. Genociding people, the Bible tells them to do it. So that it was the realization. I didn't have to go through any struggle. It was the realization that people have been, you know, acquitting the Bible exactly how you're supposed to. You know.
So I get that a lot. Well, you know, they just not using the Bible right. Like, and my thing is, and this is according, you know, to your topic too. When I thought about the rapture and different things like that, I thought about the BLK community connection to this religion and to this guy. You know, it's amazing to me that we deem this God and this Jesus as supposed to be all powerful source, right? Mm-hmm. However, when I look at the status of what is happening even in America right now with white supremacy culture, do you think that white supremacy culture will allow you to have a connection with an all powerful source and also practice this connection so openly and freely without any influence from the white culture?
No, I might see that a little bit differently than how you're expressing it. There are people, yes, people are believing, people from the Black community, and on my channel, you can say the words as plain as you like. I don't worry about algorithms and things of that nature when we're having these discussions. People who are like Black people who are following along in this supremacy, this Christian nationalist supremacy mindset, they are believing that that's bringing them closer to this God and making them, you know, true children of this God. Just like we had that, I don't know if you saw the Black pastor and the Black dude in England talking about the Second Amendment. I don't know if you saw that video or that press conference, but that Black preacher was, you know, supporting the white nationalist Christian agenda big time in this argument about the Second Amendment. And to him, that's bringing him closer to God by supporting this Western mentality of what Christianity is and the supremacy that it has, because Christianity is based on supremacy. Judaism is based on supremacy of a small group, of one group over another group. Now, the difference that I see in it is that I wouldn't want to get closer to this God who practices and teaches people to have a supremacist mindset, because eventually, if you're in a place where Black people are the majority, Black people are in control, and Black people are Christian, they are then going to have a supremacy mentality over any other group that is within their within their purview, within their authority. So no matter how this thing goes, so like if you went to Nigeria, and right now Nigeria is kind of like half and half, half Muslim, half Christians. If the Christians gain full dominance over the whole of Nigeria, then they are going to have a supremacy mindset over the other black people who are Muslims and mistreat them the same way black people are mistreated in America. So it's like no matter how you slice it, it creates a racial or ethnic, and in this case, religious supremacy over every other person that is not part of who you are.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I see it within Black culture now when, amongst the Christians, they feel like they are chosen, they feel like they are anointed, they feel like they are favored. Whenever someone wrongs them, they feel like, oh, you shouldn't be messing with me because I'm God's chosen or I'm God's anointed. So if you do something to me or my family, like basically God's going to get you type mentality. But I was coming from a standpoint of if BLK people actually believe that they can wield some type of power from this God, I don't understand the power that they feel like they can wield from this God is not the power, but he can't get you out of poverty. He can't get you out of certain situations. That's what I'm trying to refer to. Like,
Gotcha.
They're able to strip us of our earthly power, but give us the Jesus, which gives us the illusion of power.
No, okay, yeah, and you're absolutely right, and I think that's the delusion of it all too. Because you go to the church and all they're trying to do is cast out some demons. Oh, this person got a drinking demon. This person got an adulterous demon, or whatever their little demons are. But they can never get rid of the police brutality with a superpowers. That's what you mean, right? They can never all of a sudden they can own the banks and own the businesses in the community and rotate that dollar, right? They can't put people in office that they want in office. Black people make up the majority of the population. With the large number of black people in the Southeast, we should have in the Southeast way more political power than we have. Their God can't get them that power. All they can do is help them find their keys,
Yeah,
get a little check in the mail because they can't pay their light bill. But if they hadn't been paying that 10%, they'd have been able to pay their light bill. Gotcha. And that is one of the things that I find as a failing in this religion, because when I was a Christian, I was like, okay, I got dominion over the whole earth because I'm a child of God. I got dominion, and I was like, okay, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. I'm gonna make this happen. Now, I would pray and things would happen in my life. But then I started realizing, now this shit happened because I did the work. This happened because I took a chance. But for the things that I was looking for that would be like changing the status of black people, especially, in the 80s and the 90s, none of that stuff was happening because of that. We were still getting overly policed. We were still getting denied opportunities. And I'm sitting here like, okay, where is this power of God that I'm supposed to wield? Because it's not there, because they wielding it. But I recognize they wielding it because they have the power of money, they have the power of police, and they have the power of politics, and they have the power of weapons and numbers. So that's why this thing is being wielded. It is not because of a God, it's because of people. And so there is no power in this God. So since there's no power in this God, why am I wasting my time, my energy, my money? And anybody who know me know I don't like, if I waste money, it's because I'm wasting it on me and people I love. But I don't waste money. We going in here and supporting all this other bullshit, but not supporting ourselves. If God truly had power, then the mind of black people would be changed to uplift themselves out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in. But yet that power is never delivered.
And if we were actually willing this power to build businesses and banks and different things for ourselves as a community, why do we think that white supremacy they wouldn't even allow us to have this Jesus if that was the case, if he was doing this? If he was if this Jesus had actual real power that we can wield in our favor, I don't think that this is something that we would be able to practice so openly and freely.
No, you're absolutely right. I agree 100%. 100%. But I appreciate you. Let me bring some other people up. If that's okay.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Number 4. Okay, we're gonna bring Anton up.
Hi.
Anton.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
What are you getting ready to say?
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I had a point about the rapture yesterday that you said I could bring up. The rapture is actually, I know it was added by that one guy you brought up. But it actually kind of is in the original Latin Bible. It's called it's the Greek word rapture or something like that. And that's where that's where they translated the word rapture from. That's where they got the word rapture from in the English congregations. It's not in the Bible, but that's why they use the word rapture. It's in the Latin Bible.
Yeah, but the word that it is translated from in the Greek actually means to take or to plunder.
Really?
Yeah.
To kill? Oh my God, that hurts.
Yeah. Let me make sure.
I don't want to be killed by Jesus.
Yeah, so the Greek word translated as rapture is harpazo, which means to seize, to snatch away, to catch up. The concept of the rapture is sudden catching away, but the concept is catching away people to meet the Lord.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But there's another Latin word. It begins with a R.
Yeah, I mean, it's rapé mieux.
That's it.
I know I said that with a French accent, but
that's it.
But it's RAPIEMUR.
Yeah, that's the word I'm talking about.
The basis of it. Now, when it was written in First Thessalonica, the context around it was meant to be caught up. Into the air. So the Latin translation is a proper translation to utilize.
So I can see why people believe in the rapture.
Right. But the thing about it is that the idea of being raptured before the great white throne is incorrect biblical teachings. There is no being raptured up prior to then. Other times when it was being used, that same word was being used, where one will be taken and one will be left behind. I think, if I'm correct, that's references that those people who are left behind are the ones who are in the better situation, like in the Gospels when they talk about it. Not the.
I heard that too.
People who are going to be taken. Okay, let's see.
I had a girlfriend that's a Christian. I have a girlfriend that's a Christian. She knows I'm an atheist, but we still get along. I asked her what she would have done if the rapture happened yesterday. She said that she would pray that God would bring me to heaven. I told her that I would be happier down here on earth without the Christians around. I wouldn't want to spend my eternity with God. I told her that the only way I'd go to heaven is the same way I told you yesterday, if God would make me a god and give me a bunch of wives and give me my own planet to rule over. Remember, like in the Mormons or something.
Yeah, I don't want to. I would reject going to this God no matter is going on.
Yeah.
Because the way heaven is described in Revelations, it's not a place that I want to be. Because all you're doing is praising this God, you know, for eternity. And to me, that's slavery. That's you being
That's what I'm saying.
And so if I'm sitting up here and all I'm doing is just praising this God, then what was the whole point? There's no diversity of life. There's no nothing that is fulfilling of life. So why would I want to be in this place where all, and then if there's no sorrow and none of that stuff, then I can't even have the concept of my own self, of knowing that I have family, and that, or knowing that people in general, that there are souls that are burning for all eternity in the lake of fire. I can't have a heaven, and if I can't be gleeful in heaven and know that something like that is going on. So that means this God has to take away the aspect of me knowing that people are eternally being tormented.
And God,
so I'm not even
Jesus told Peter, I think it was Peter, that in heaven you'll be like the sons of God, not having wives or something like that. Remember when he was asking if a woman had 3 husbands or something and all of them died or something, whose wife would she be in heaven?
Yeah, that
And he
was
said she would be married to none of them.
Yeah, I think that's in Matthew.
Yeah, that's in Matthew. I don't like that idea at all. Not being married to somebody I was married to down on earth in heaven for all eternity. That's just a waste of time. There's no way I would want to go up to heaven and be single for the rest of my life, for the rest of eternity.
Yeah, kind of. I said that when I was married before. It didn't go over well.
What did she say?
It wasn't so much. It wasn't a saying. It was the sadness that came about, and the the quiet. It was one of those, when a person is quiet, they're saying more than what they would say if they spoke. So it was like I really hurt their feelings, and that wasn't my goal in that moment. In that moment, I was just frustrated with certain aspects of the marriage. And
yeah, I told her I wouldn't want to be in the heaven without her forever. There's no way possible. I'd be too lonely. I'd miss her too much. I'd be begging God to hook me back up with her.
Well, I don't know. But that's why they brought that question, because this woman had been married to like 7 brothers. And so they was asking whose wife would she be in heaven, because to them, a man can have multiple wives.
Exactly.
But
like King David or Solomon.
Yeah, but a woman can't have multiple wives. So, multiple husbands. So when they brought that up, they were trying to trap little Jesus character. And so he just was like, "Hi, I'm smarter than you. That you're not given into marriage, just like the angels aren't given into marriage."
I don't even believe in Jesus no more. He was copied off of a bunch of different gods that came before him. Like Mithras was my favorite. He had 12 disciples, performed miracles, resurrected, all that stuff. How could people back then not see the blatant plagiarism and still believe in Jesus when it's exactly copied from a God that they just now served, like maybe a year ago?
Yeah. Yeah, it is a copy off of, I ain't gonna say some of it's not the way Jesus became legendized. It wasn't a direct, I'm copying this and I'm pulling in from this God and that God and this God. It was pulling from different God type motifs, but the story gets bigger and bigger. This is why there are certain aspects that you'll find in John there's a lot in John that you won't find in the other Gospels, because John is legendizing the story even more so. And he's making the story bigger. Those motifs that are being brought in are common motifs. A dying and rising Messiah is a common motif. Healing Messiah is a common motif. So all these different aspects of the Jesus legend were commonly known things that if your God didn't have this, then your God wasn't as powerful as my God.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. And then,
do you think would have to happen? Do you think that you'll live to see the day when religion completely dies off?
well, I plan on living another 100 years.
Yeah, I do too.
But I don't think in 100 years, no.
I think our generation or the next generation will see religion die off without a doubt, because there's too much evidence that religion goes against science and is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they were saying that all of Elon Musk's rockets were blowing up and stuff, they were saying that there was a canopy around the earth and God wouldn't let us leave Earth and all this other stuff, but they forget that there are already rovers already on Mars that are sending back pictures and stuff to try to find to try to see if it's habitable and all this other stuff. And that's why they have to lie and say that the moon landing was faked and stuff like that. Try to keep serving the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I actually met the guy. I actually met the guys whose company built most of the Mars rover. So if this is the whole grand scheme, then they're paying that man an awful lot of money.
Exactly.
For a big old human.
As soon as we start colonizing Mars or something, Christianity will be over with. Or as soon as we.
No.
You don't think?
Man is going to consistently have some type of religion. Christianity is still going to last probably for a good 1,000 years. It's going to take a long time it takes a long time for a religion to die, right? Mm-hmm. And usually a religion dies because the government institute a new religion.
Yeah.
So it's not like Roman religion died out just because people stopped. It died out because Theodosius in 380 declared Rome, Theodosius I, declared Rome a Christian nation, a Christian empire. And then around 390, he started killing everybody who didn't participate in Christianity. So
Constantine did that with the Council of Nicaea.
No, he didn't.
Really?
No.
It's the Catholic Church's official story. Maybe that's just to praise them.
Hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Constantine made Christianity legal in 318 at the Edict of Milan. Constantine told them to organize organized Christianity under the orthodoxy within the Roman Empire in 325.
Mm-hmm.
Theodosius I is the one who made Rome Christian.
Oh, okay. So is the Council of Nicaea even real?
I mean, yeah, it happened.
Okay.
But you got to put it in order. Constantine wasn't the one who, everybody like to focus on Constantine, but Theodosius I is the main person that pushed Christianity into the level that it is at now. If it wasn't for Theodosius, it wouldn't be like it is.
Was that story true about how Constantine got a vision of putting a cross on the front of the shield and conquering under the sign of the cross?
No.
It wasn't. He made that up.
So in 313 is when he had that battle against Maxentius at the bridge of Moldova, at Moldovan Bridge. And he said when Eusebius of Caesarea wrote about the battle, Eusebius didn't write anything about crosses in the sky, didn't say anything about him being visited by Jesus. Actually said Sol Invictus. It wasn't until he was at the edict he was in Milan, and when the edict and he was legalizing Christianity, he then tells the story of the crosses in the sky, of the Constantine cross in the sky, and then having Sol Invictus come and visit him in his tent, and other soldiers seeing Sol Invictus. This is why when you go to Rome and you look at Constantine's ark, the soldiers don't have crosses on their shields, and the gods that are portrayed on his ark is Mithra and Apollo.
Yeah, Mithra, the Jesus.
So you see, he tells the story differently when he's dealing with the Orthodox Christians who were Roman in Milan. And that's where that's how that story comes about. So he just made it up as a political tool.
Yeah.
And the Catholic Church.
You know what I think will kill off religion for good, especially Christianity, if they ever successfully resurrect somebody from the dead and create physical immortality, which I think will happen within the next 200 years with cloning and stuff like that.
That ain't gonna work.
Why?
Okay, so well, let me put it correctly then. You would have to have the ability to clone somebody, but also clone all their memories.
Yeah, that's what.
But if I could put some of your DNA from your skin and I cloned you, I'm just cloning your body and your likeness. I'm not cloning your memories. I'm not cloning your consciousness. So this new clone of you wouldn't have your memories. It wouldn't be you. So that wouldn't work as far as being able to bring somebody up from 2,000 years ago. That person would just be in the image of whatever the DNA that you used, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't have the memories and all that sort of thing. So if you don't have the memories and don't have the experiences, then it's not you, because that's the main thing that makes up who you are.
They'll need to transfer your consciousness into your new body too, wouldn't they? Not just your memories.
But that would be different. Well, your memories will be part of your consciousness, so that would be different.
You think they'll ever be able to transfer your memories?
No. Well, I don't know. It's possible, but we're getting way.
And your consciousness.
We're getting way off
the subject.
Yeah.
When will you do an episode of that so I can call in?
Probably never.
Oh, that hurts.
That's not what my show is about. So probably never.
Are you ever going to do an episode on Egypt? Where Cleopatra got her throne from and stuff like that?
That is probably just offshoot information that might be part of something else, but I would never. There's no reason for me to do a particular episode on that type of thing because it's not part of this platform.
Okay. One last thing before I go. I looked up that guy that you told me about yesterday, the originator of the Rapture theory. They said he copied it from an earlier girl named Margaret McDonald. That's the girl I was telling you about yesterday, who had a drink and wrote it down.
Okay.
She wrote a book about it, and he read the book and took it and made the Rapture theory popular.
I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. I mean, that's how most things work. Somebody else gives the idea, and then but another person makes it big. The originator of an idea oftentimes is not the one who gets the message out.
Yeah, or the credit.
Yeah, or the credit. So yeah.
Who should I go to on YouTube, follow, subscribe to talk about resurrection technology and stuff like that?
I have no idea. I don't know anybody who talks about that.
Okay, that's all I want. Thanks, Coach Renz.
All right, no problem. What was that?
What's your next subject going to be about tomorrow? That's my final question.
Don't know.
Okay, bye.
All right, later. Let's see here. Faith helps. Unmute your mic. Faith help. Faith help. Faith help. You have to unmute your mic. Faith help. I've seen you. I know you were in the comments making a whole lot of comments, but you have to unmute your mic. I cannot unmute your mic for you. I guess, okay, they dropped. Maybe they're having some technical difficulties. With the microphone. Yeah, when you come on the show, we talk about what's up for conversation. I don't mind going on some tangents, but let's keep things on tasked with the show itself. Let's keep it on now. Because then we become the platform becomes something that I don't want it to become. And we lose sight of what our goals are. It would be cool if technology allowed us to download our memories. Like, what's the damn show that I like? Upload. I don't know if y'all ever seen this show, Upload, but I like this little stupid show, Upload. I think it'd be great to be able to download your consciousness into a digital format so that you can live in a digital world, and then hopefully one day you can download that into a physical body again, and it is your consciousness. You will be you. That'd be great. I ain't gonna hold my breath for that happens in my lifetime, where it becomes something normalized. It's kind of like self-driving cars. Part of me don't want that to become normalized. You know, I haven't seen this show transcended. Like, I like my sci-fi stuff. Don't get me wrong. You said it passed a lot about the September 25th, why the rapture hasn't happened. The rapture hasn't happened because the rapture is a false doctrine that Christians came up with, especially evangelical. Faith Help, I see that you're back on YouTube commenting. You had to unmute your mic unless you accidentally hit the link. If you did, that's fine. People accidentally do that all the time, so it's not a problem. But, you know, it is an interesting thought. You know, people like, we oftentimes, as people who have walked away from this religion, like think or wonder, when is this religion going to end? Enough stuff like this happening, eventually you would think that people will wise up, but that is not going to allow people to wise up. Their religion has to be replaced with another religion. So in our more democratized societies that we live in now, it's not going to be because of a government, unless we go through like some tragic situation of war, and then we reorganize ourselves in some type of monarchy or imperialism, and then they force a religion. It's going to have to come about because of charismatic speech and examples of life, meaning the charismatic preacher, teacher comes out, teaches a new way, and then the people have a better life that makes other people look at it and say, I want some of that life too. And what this guy or woman is saying sounds good to me. Then that will take away the current religions. Our current religions, almost every one of the current religions almost came about because of government, because a government said this is the religion, whether it's Islam, no matter what it is, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, all of them, there was a king, queen who determined this was the religion. Fred, you still need to connect your microphone. So that same technical issue that you have before is still present. All right. See, I'm for imperialism done correctly. There is no correct way to do imperialism. There is no correct way to do imperialism. Even if it is your God of the Bible, that is some of the worst imperialism, because he demonstrated what that imperialism would look like. Oh, all the gold is silver is for me. Oh, you took some of my gold and silver. Have the people stone you to death, stone your wife, stone your kids, stone your servants, stone your animals, and burn you up. That's the imperialism that you want from this God? No, I do not want you. That God does not know how to have a good imperialism either, because it's very man-made. Right? So, you know what? I think one of the reasons why I like shows like Star Trek is because most of the people are not religious. They're not religious based. Like we have theories and we try to prove those theories. If those theories turn out to be something that goes against it, then okay, well, that's just how it works. It's not a, oh damn, I'm gonna force this theory to work. It's like, well, nope, that's not how it works. But in the attempt to demonstrate a theory, we find out what the reality is, and then you go with the reality. Religion is, I'm just going to keep on believing in this no matter what. Just like people are going to keep following this dude, Brother Joshua, because what kills me is that, and I'm not speaking bad about, this is not me trying to downgrade the people in Africa that follow him, but whatever country he's in Africa, and this happens in a lot of those countries, and we can see this thing happens in poor neighborhoods in America. When you have people who have been colonized or downtrodden or made into a marginalized, been made marginalized, they have a tendency to grasp at raptures and the Holy Spirits and gods and all this sort of thing. And instead of looking around and saying, I know we're in a messed up situation. How can we just change our situation? Because no God came in and ended slavery. No God came in and ended colonization. No God came in and ended any wars. No God came in and stopped the terrorists. No God came in and stopped the murder or stopped the essaying or stopped anything. How can we change it? You would think that people would look around and see that. You would think the people of Congo would look around and say, we got all the minerals, we got all the shit that the world wants. Most mineral rich place in the world. We don't need a God to have heaven on earth. And I understand you got corrupt leaderships and you got influences from outside forces and all this sort of thing. But those who are in leadership, they got it good. So they're like, nah, I want to keep the status quo. It's the people have to realize, I'm not going onto a hilltop and waving at the sun thinking that the rapture is about to happen. And that's what's going to get me out of this impoverished or marginalized life. No. We as a country, we don't do our damn thing. Or if you're in like America and you're in the marginalized group, going to church, paying your tithes ain't doing shit for you. But you can control your own neighborhood, your own politics, your own education. You can control all those things if you get your ass into it. If you look at how the system works and then you work that system to your benefit. Erica Lee says, the failed rapture makes me question everything if I'm being honest. And that happens. And you should. So, Erica, have you ever read the Bible and then studied it as you read it? Meaning you don't just read through it like it's a book. You read certain part, you read it, and then you research the wording, research the culture, research why they wrote it, who wrote it, what were the politics around it, and then realize whether it's accurate or not. You know, and then you go to the next part and you do the same thing. You do that over and over again. I know it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time, but I think if you're basing your life on something, it's worth the time. So, Erica, I would suggest you go back and really read this book, but don't read it with a predetermined landing spot, and do the research on the book. Even if you just start out and take some of your favorite, most commonly known things, or commonly known spoken about things, and just research the shit out of that, and really think about it, and see where it lands. Right? Don't have a landing point. Yeah, you're right, Sherry. See, this is where, like, if the Congo stop allowing their resources to be exploited, then the Congo would be the wealthiest nation on the planet. If they were for the people and about the people, it will be the least one. It'll be the least one. So basically, that's what I'm suggesting for you to do, Erica. That's what I'm suggesting for all of y'all to do. Because most Christians don't read this book. Right? And I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, Jan. It's a load of crap. But if you're in this book and then this rapture thing causes you to question it, right? Then go read some of the things that they say is the rapture and have an understanding of it. Let me give you one example. I was going to bring this up in another conversation, but then we went past it, so I just left it alone. So many will say that Luke 17, 34 through 37 is talking about the rapture. But when you actually read it and break it down, it's not. Now, if you just read third verse, like 34 and 35, you will say rapture. 34 says, I tell you, on that night, there will be two in one bed, and one will be taken and the other left. There will be two women grinding meal together, one will be taken and the other left. If you stop right there, rapture. But if you read 37, verse 37, then they ask him, where, Lord? So they're asking, where are they going to be taken, right? And he said to them, where the corpse is, there are eagles. There the eagles will gather. So where the corpse is, there the eagles will gather. So the one who's been taken away is been taken away to the places where there's death. And there are going to be eagles that gather there, because to them, vultures and eagles, same damn thing, or similar, but they feeding on the dead. But eagles will gather where the corpses are, and that's where the people who are being taken away are going. So Luke 17 is indicating that this is not a rapture of good shit. This is the one that's taken away is going to a place where they're going to meet their death, and they're going to die and be most likely persecuted. This is the speaking of persecution. This is the one that's left behind is the one that's going to be in a better situation. So although Matthew 24 sounds similar to this one, because they both talk about in the days of Noah and the coming of man, and they were all, get married and doing their thing and all that sort of thing. 32, remember Lot's wife. Those who try to make their life secure will lose it, but those who lose their life will keep it. And then he says, I tell you, on that night, there will be two in the bed and one. So all of the previous stuff, yeah, we can do rapture. But then but when they ask, where do they go? Where the person who's taken, where the corpse are and the eagles gather? So when you dig deeper into it, you see that, no, this is not a good thing. This is talking about persecution. This is not talking about being raptured up and being with God and going into heaven and being all like, oh, this is so nice. This is not talking about that at all. But they'll use Luke 17, 34 and 35 to make you think it's a rapture. That's a good thing. And the pastor or the teacher will leave the rest of it out. And then this is the brainwashing that happens. Well, you know what? I don't even know if he's talking to me. I don't even know if he's talking to me. But oftentimes when I read something from the Bible, I get people like Fred to say, that's a lie from hell. You need Yeshua in your life, but he might be talking to somebody else. But that is the sentiment that I would get. That's a lie. It's in your own book. It's in their own book, but they will ignore that part. So Erica, talking to Erica. just like brown skinned girl was saying, most of the time you've been preached that. And if I'm preaching the rapture and I use Luke 17, I'm not reading verse 37. I would start at 22 and I read all of that. That's talking about, flashes of light in the sky, and the Son of Man will be in his day, and the first must endure, but first he must endure in suffering and be rejected by his generation, just in the days of Noah. So too it will be in the days of man. They were eating and drinking and marrying and giving up to marriage until the days of Noah and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I'll be all up in that, but I'm not reading verse 37 when they ask when they take these people, where they gonna be, where they go, where the corpses are, where the dead people. And I just found that so intriguing of how people are just preached that. And they never study the book that they're giving their life to, that they on a daily basis say, this is how I'm living my life, whether I like it or not. This is how I'm going to live my life. So they're going to the city dump. Right. I figured he was talking to you, Debbie. That's why I went away from that. Let's see here. So now I want to see if old dude come back and apologize. But I know he's not going to lose many followers. But you should lose followers. You should lose plenty of followers for being a false prophet. Well, afraid if you can answer that, then answer it. There's no other answer to it. It says exactly where you're going to go. So your false prophet, where Christians, if they read their Bible, would get that. Where are we going to find that? Is that 2 Peter 2 and 1 and 3? Let me check. Let's go check it. Let's go and have a look and see. Oh, I think I hit the wrong one. 2 Peter. No, I just talking about it. But false prophets arose among the people. They were just the false teachers among you who will secretly bring in destructive opinion. They will even deny the master brought them. They will swift destruction of themselves, and even so they will. No, it's not. But this is interesting. They will secretly bring in destructive opinions, like a false rapture, and people selling their stuff. But even so, many will follow their debauchery because of these teachers. The way of truth will be maligned, and in their greed they will exploit you with deceptive words. Their condemnation pronouncements against them long ago has been idle, and their destruction is not asleep. I didn't mean to go to that. Wasn't what I was looking for, but that definitely paints the picture of what people have been experiencing through this this false little rapture thing. What the hell? The reason why you refuse to talk about other beliefs because you don't believe in that, and it's boring. If I had grown up, I'm afraid this is the last time I'm telling you this, because you sound stupid. And just be honest with you, you sound stupid. Was I ever a Muslim? Was I ever a Hebrew? Was I ever a believer in Anunnaki? Was I ever a believer in Hinduism? Was I ever a believer in Ifa? Why would I have a channel called Deconstructing Christianity and talk about the other religions that I never was a believer in? You see, it's just stupid. Just dumb. You just want me to get off your Christianity. See, what you're trying to do is, in your feeble attempt to reverse psychology, to get me to talk about other religions, so I stop lambasting the one that you believe in. You so easily you so easily read, Fred. So easily read. Where is that damn verse that tells you how to? I think it's Old Testament, I think. I know I spelled that all kind of wrong, but I still found it. Going right. Ha! There we go. Deuteronomy 18. Deuteronomy 18. Let's go find Deuteronomy 18. You saying Deuteronomy 13? Let me check 18 out first. Make sure. Deuteronomy 18. 21. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the things do not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. So, and here's the thing. Now, I wonder if Christians are going to uphold this. That was 21. But read 20. Verse 20 says, but any prophet who presumes to speak in my name, a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, that word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. That prophet shall die. So based on Deuteronomy 18, if this rapture don't happen, Christians, y'all supposed to kill this man. He's supposed to meet death. Fruit inspector.
How are you, brother? Thank you for having me.
I'm doing good. You over 18?
Oh yes. Yeah, I'm 45 years old.
Okay. Are you a believer?
Oh yes.
Okay. So this gentleman got everybody in this tizzy. Are you believing that the rapture is going to happen right now?
No, that's not gonna happen right now.
Okay.
I don't that's I heard the conversation. It was interesting because you know the way I understand it is that the antichrist comes up in the scene first. And so it says that, in Second Thessalonians chapter 2, it says, do not let anybody deceive you in any way, for that day will not come until the desolator is revealed, proclaiming himself to be God and sitting in the temple of God. And then in Matthew 24, it says, so when you see standing in the holy place the desolation spoken of Daniel the prophet, let the reader understand. And in the book of Daniel, it says that his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall deceive wonderfully, and he shall destroy the powerful and the holy people. And it says, through his craft he shall also magnify himself, and by
Right.
peace shall destroy many. So I think what's going on here is a deception. This rapture thing is definitely a deception, but I think there is a danger that it will happen somehow. Maybe not now, maybe in a short while. We gonna witness some sort of rapture thing by the antichrist, because when the antichrist shows up proclaiming himself to be God, and in fact will deceive most of the world, he will certainly bring this rapture to pass, this fake rapture, because it
Fake.
says, yeah, well, he's gonna bring some because in Daniel, in the book of Daniel, it says that by peace he shall destroy many, and in First Thessalonians chapter 5, it says, because you know well that when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction will come upon them, and they shall not escape.
Well, that's not necessarily
So,
indicating fake rapture. That's more indicating that he's just gonna kill a lot of people.
well, he's gonna offer peace and safety, proclaiming himself as God, proclaiming himself to be God, sitting in the temple of God, and
I
bringing
know.
peace and
I
safety.
understand that.
He's
I
gonna,
understand that part, but you're saying a fake rapture. In order for there to be a fake rapture, people will have to be caught up into the sky. The things about an antichrist would be that they kill a bunch of people. So that's not being caught up in the sky.
well, I don't know. I don't. This being is supernatural. We're not talking about a human being here. We're talking
Well,
about a supernatural being.
I'm just going by what your Bible is talking about. The Bible is not talking about fake rapture. It's talking about him killing people. Supernatural doesn't matter. It's saying that he's going to kill people.
Well, in Matthew 24, it says that that as in the days of the flood, so they shall be taken. So
Say that
they didn't
again.
know anything. It says that in Matthew chapter 24, it says that that as in the days of Noah, so shall be in the coming the Son of Man. They knew nothing until the flood came and took them all away.
Okay, that
So
ain't got nothing to do with Antichrist.
yeah, the
That's Jesus.
Antichrist is the one that the well, can be disputed either way, but it's
You're breaking
it's
up a lot.
definitely.
I don't know
You
if
know
you need to
what?
get
Can I
to your microphone, but
let me get out
the
and come back in? Yeah, because I'm gonna tune out and then set because that's something for my head.
yeah, like refresh the page and let's see if that comes out better.
Okay.
All right. Because I don't want to misunderstand anything that he's saying, but if I'm only getting every second and third word, that's not, I'm going to misunderstand something that he's saying. But definitely Matthew 24 is talking about the coming of Jesus. It ain't talking about the coming of the Antichrist. That's pure. You can't mix and match this book. It says what it says, accept what it says, and then just realize that it's bullshit. Quite simple. I've never seen this one, Red X. That's a new one. Fear equals fantasized events appearing real. I heard a bunch of acronyms for fear. I haven't heard that one before. Let me put the prompt up again, so when he ain't got to go scrolling too far. And we got me here. Go on. Because they want to have this rapture. And this rapture, the only thing close to a rapture is in the book of Revelations. It's after this Jesus supposed to come back to fight the beast. Beyond that, there is no concept of this rapture, of a pre-tribulation rapture. But a pre-tribulation rapture sounds good. But I want him to come back because I really wanted him to answer a certain question. I want him to answer a certain question. If you love, so I got somebody on TikTok claiming to be God, I guess. But he's saying if you love God, you love him. Would you say Noah was in a rapture? No. The Noah story is not in a rapture. The Noah story is in a genocide. The Noah story is a genocide, and God chooses a favorite person, a little family to save. Noah's story is not a rapture at all. Wasn't nobody caught up? Didn't nobody go to heaven? According to what Christians believe, all the people who died during the flood of Noah, according to 1 Peter, I think, Jesus went and preached to the captives, the prisoners. So no, they all went to Abaddon. Now, Elijah and Enoch would fit more of a raptured story that someone was taking up. I mean, it sounds more like an alien abduction, but someone was taken up. But that's just one individual per scenario, just Enoch, just Elijah, nobody else. The concept of the rapture is all the believers get caught up into the sky. But I can see where you're throwing Elijah and you could put Enoch in that same category, but Noah certainly not. And yes, Noah was prior to them, but Noah didn't go up into the heavens with God. Elijah and Enoch supposedly went up into the heavens with God, according to the story. I think it might have been the reptilians from Sirius B. And I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But the problem with the Noah story, there ain't no proof. There's more proof to demonstrate that there's never been a worldwide flood. Let me put it that way. There's never been a worldwide flood that covered every mountaintop. Be more specific. All right, Fruit Inspector, you're back.
Yes, can you hear me better, brother?
That is 100,000% better.
Praise God for that. Thank God. Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna praise God. The technology is just a great thing when you refresh it.
Well, I mean, praise God for positive things, you know, technology. Now, yeah.
He ain't created, people created it. But anyway, so Matthew 24 that you were talking about is actually talking about the return of Jesus. It is not, this has nothing to do with the part that you were saying that they will be celebrating like in the days of Moses. Now you might, or you're talking about from verse 15 down to 28, right?
Well, can I share with you a study I've made with the verses? There's a verse that says that
it depends on how long it is. I need you to cut the circle and make a straight line.
Yeah, well, maybe probably less than 5 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe. So here
I
we
need
go.
you to look. We're not gonna go. What I don't do is we go through 10, 15 verses to just get to a certain point that we can just go in a straight line towards it.
Well, the thing, well, you mean I had a few verses. I mean, and if you give me about 3 minutes to read verses, gonna be more, about 10, 15.
I
Let's
don't know,
just
your microphone sound like trash right there, so I ain't understand nothing you said.
Did you hear me? Am I breaking up again?
Just go ahead and make your point. Let's see
Okay.
if we can get. Let's see if your microphone starts acting right. Just make sure you
So
speak close to.
okay. Okay, here we go. Let's do that. All right. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It says, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered to him, we ask you, brothers and sisters, not to become easily unsettled or alarmed the teaching allegedly from us, whereby a prophet or by word of mouth or by letter asserting that the day of the Lord has become. Don't let anyone deceive you in any way, for that day will not until the rebellion occurs and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the man doomed to destruction. He will oppose, exalt himself over everything that is called God or is worshipped, so that he sets himself up
Okay.
God's temple.
You're as Debbie said, your God is having trouble with your speaker or your microphone because you praise God for your microphone and then your microphone's cutting out. So I mean, if you go by your logic, your God doesn't want you to say what you're saying because we really wasn't hearing much of nothing that you were saying. But I understand that you're reading about don't let anybody tell you about when some false prophecies and that sort of thing because the lawless one is going to be tricking people. Is that effectively what you were saying?
It's unfortunate. I don't know if my breaking up still, like my microphone is breaking up, huh?
I was decent right there, but it wasn't beforehand. But see, this is why you shouldn't say thank the Lord for the technology, because as soon as you said that, then your microphone started going, batshit crazy. So
yeah, sometimes it happens.
That's a bad look.
Yeah, well, okay, so I wanted to read, but if you guys can't hear me, well, there's no point to it, huh?
Right, which is why I said just cut the circle, make a straight line.
Well, there's nothing I can say in reality. There's not much I can say if I can't speak with the word of God,
Well,
But
no,
how about
you can, because let me ask you this question real quick. According to Deuteronomy 18, verse 20, it says that if a person is a false prophet, then that prophet should die. So since the rapture didn't happen, should that man die? Should Brother Joseph die?
Well, the Old Testament and the New Testament are at a different level now. So
Jesus in Mark 15 told the people to follow what the Pharisees teach because they sit on the throne of Moses. And so follow what they teach, which is the law. Just don't do what the Pharisees do because they're not following the law. So Jesus is saying that you're supposed to keep the law. Deuteronomy 18 is part of the law. Matter of fact,
yes,
the name Deuteronomy means second law.
I agree.
So yeah, you should kill this false prophet, right?
Well, no, because the laws were the laws were nailed to the cross. But
Nope.
we are but see now
that's doctrine. That's doctrine. That's not your Bible. Your Jesus said not to take one tittle from the law.
No, I agree. But the thing is that now he's gonna be the judge.
No.
He's gonna see so if a false prophet it's among us, he's gonna die He's gonna die the second death. That's the death that we should be aware of.
That's not what Deuteronomy 18 is saying. It said that he should die. It doesn't say nothing about a second death. Doesn't say there's a spiritual death. It just says that he should die. And Jesus said that you are supposed to keep the law until heaven and earth passes away.
Are you familiar with the text where the apostles complain about Judas to Christ, and Christ tells them, "And what is that to you? So what if I want him to remain until I come back? You follow me."
Where's that at?
So, where's that at?
Yeah, where's that at?
It's gonna be I think it's in John. Okay, let me double check that. John 21, verse 22.
John 21.
Verse 22. It says,
Peter turned and saw the disciples. I got it. Peter turned and saw the disciples whom Jesus followed, whom loved and followed Jesus. He was the one who had reclined next to Jesus at the supper and had said, "Lord, who is it that is going to betray you?" When Peter saw him, he said to Jesus, "Lord, what about him?" Jesus said to him, "If it is my will that he remain until I come, what is that to you? Follow me." So the rumor spread among the brothers and sisters that the disciple would not die. Yet Jesus did not say to him that he would not. But if it is my will that he remains until I come, what is it to you? So here's the thing about that. Did Judas make a prophecy about, did he make a prophecy and claim it to be the word of God?
He betrayed God.
Did Judas make a prophecy and claim it to be from the word of God?
Not in this case. No, he didn't.
So Deuteronomy 18 has nothing to do with John, with Jesus and Judas in John, whatever chapter this is, John 21. You see, you are taking, and y'all like to say, people like to say that we like to cherry pick. You are taking something that happened with Jesus and Judas that did not have anything to do with prophecy and utilizing that to say that, no, you don't have to kill a false prophet. Those two have nothing to do with each other.
Well, it's a way that basically, but it reflects that if there are people who we disagree with, if God wants them here, we're not supposed to even judge that. We're just supposed to follow him. We're not gonna be doing things no more. He didn't say, because that was like Jesus could have said, yeah, let's get him out there right now and stone him.
So if you're following Jesus, aren't you supposed to follow the law? Since he said to follow the law.
In the new covenant,
Jesus said follow the law. According to your Bible, Jesus said that you are supposed to follow the law. Yes, until heaven and earth passed away. Has heaven and earth passed away?
No.
And if Jesus said that you're supposed to follow the law until heaven and earth pass away, what law are you following?
The law of God.
Which is in Deuteronomy, is part of that law, right?
Correct.
So then Deuteronomy 18 says that for false prophets, you're supposed to kill them. They're supposed to die. I don't see the problem here. It's very clear. We just went a straight line right into it. Following Jesus says to follow the law until heaven and earth pass away. Heaven and earth hasn't passed away yet. Deuteronomy 18 says that you're supposed to kill a false prophet. What's the problem? Why aren't you killing the false prophet since you're following Jesus? Or is it a cultural thing of today, a societal thing of today, that you know you can't do that or you're going to jail?
In this case, I'll give you an example of how I see it. In Matthew chapter 5 is when Jesus is speaking to the crowds, and he's giving them another point of view, where it says, starting in verse 33, it says, "Again, you have heard that it was said to the people long ago, do not break your oath, but fulfill fulfill to the Lord the vows you have made. But I tell you, do not swear on the oath at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne." Right? And then it goes on to, in verse 38, it goes on to say another thing. You have heard that it was said, eye for an eye, and tooth for a tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn them the other cheek also. And if
Okay.
anyone if anyone wants to, okay, so if we move on to another one.
No, we're not moving. No, not moving on to another one, because absolutely nothing that you said in the Beatitudes has anything to do with false prophets.
Yeah, because it says right here.
Is a false prophet slapping you on the cheek?
Yeah, well, it says right here, love your enemies, right? It says, you have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy.
Okay,
but I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. So the ones who persecute, the persecutors are the ones that kill the prophets, are the ones that kill the persecutors, kill the prophets. They're literally killing the prophets.
When it talks about loving your neighbors, it's talking about loving your other Israelites. That is Israelites.
It says pray for those who persecute you.
And praying for those who persecute you is making a false prophecy persecution.
Yes.
How? If this man is saying that the rapture is going to come. Plenty of other people repeated that the rapture is going to come. God told them the rapture is going to come. They didn't ask for your money. They didn't ask for your house. They didn't ask you to do shit other than just prepare yourself for the rapture. How are they persecuting you? How is this rapture, false prophecy of the rapture, a persecution towards other people?
Okay. So to get specific with that, in Matthew chapter 7, we find a word about it. Matthew chapter 7, right about verse 15, it says, watch out for false prophets.
Are you going to answer a question?
No.
Or are you just going to keep on trying to jump and move the goalposts, move the goalposts, move the goalposts?
No, brother, because, okay, it's you're talking about prophets, right? So it says right here, Jesus refers to false prophets. It says, watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit, you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus by their fruit you will recognize them. So when it says that every bad tree is cut down and thrown into the fire, that's when John the Baptist was talking to those false prophets. It was prophesying to them. It says the axe is at the root of the tree, ready to cut it down. So it's talking about now it's coming the judgment of God, that to die the spiritual death.
That's what we're facing. If we are false prophesying, if we're doing false prophecies now, we might not be killed, but we're gonna be killed in the eternal fire. We're gonna die the spiritual death. See, now we have something to worry about, and that's why God said. That's why Jesus said,
That
if
is,
I want them to remain till I come back, what is that to you? You follow me.
you are doing some hella tic-tac-toe mixing and matching of things that don't connect. You know, fruit inspector, you are comparing apples to vegetables. They're not even in the same category, my guy. Everything you want to take something that is not related to Deuteronomy 18 and make it into something else. You're using what they're talking about as far as recognizing the fruits of a false prophet and that it's going to be thrown into the fire and that sort of thing, and making that into some type of spiritual fire. Deuteronomy 18, unlike how you're doing, stands on its own. It doesn't require additional thought process. The only thing that it requires is you understanding Deuteronomy 18, where it says that you're supposed to kill the false prophet.
Yeah, so it was told. It was told back in the old law. It was said, "You have heard an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." That's to kill someone. If someone kills somebody, you killed that person.
So
But
Jesus,
now, but Jesus said, but now I tell you, love them and pray for them. You see what I'm saying? Because now it's different. See, now we're not to do that, brother.
Where does it say you're supposed to pray for a false prophet? You're talking about that part when Jesus was saying that. That's the people who assault you. That's the people who lie about you and bear a false witness.
When it said
something like that towards you, I'm talking this 8. There is nothing in your New Testament that countermands Deuteronomy 18:20.
Okay. And when it talks, watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwards they're raging wolves. This is talking about them false prophets, right? It didn't say to kill them. And then it said this is.
But it doesn't say not to kill them.
No, this is.
Where is this again? Where is this again?
Watch out for.
What are you reading, Mark? What?
Matthew chapter 7.
Oh, Matthew chapter 7.
Read about verse 15.
So beware false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Okay. You will know them by their fruits. Are grapes gathered from thorns and thistles, from thorns, or figs from thistles? In the same way, every good tree bears good fruit, but the bad tree bears bad fruit. Right? A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit will be cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus, you will know them by their fruits. All right. So it speaks nothing of somebody being thrown into some spiritual fire. It says nothing about them dying a spiritual second death. They burned people back in those days as part of their tortures and tortures. So when it says that every tree that does not bear good fruit will be cut down, really it's just a metaphor. But it's a metaphor. But it's a metaphor for what Deuteronomy 18 says, in that the false prophet will die.
No, brother, because look in Matthew chapter 3.
Oh my God! You know what? I'm done. If all you can do is speak from, well, I'm gonna jump to this one. I'm gonna jump to that one. I'm gonna jump.
No, I'm talking about the same subject.
If this Bible was true, you wouldn't need to jump scripture to scripture to scripture to scripture in order to prove a point.
No, because it talks about
you can make up anything.
Okay, well, let me explain it to you a little better then.
A straight line.
When
straight line is this.
Matthew 7, and Matthew chapter 7.
Stop talking. Because we're going in circles, and I don't like going in circles. I like cutting to straight lines. You are simply just repeating doctrine based on the culture that you live in today. which our culture today says that you do not have the legal right to go and unalive someone simply because they were a false prophet. If you were living in first century, then the law allows you to go and unalive somebody who is a false prophet, which is part of why they were able to unalive the Jesus character according to the story, because he had claimed to be Jesus, and then that was against Roman sedition as well. So they were able to do what they did according to the story. You don't live in that time. So now, because of our current laws, you have to figure out a way to make these 2,000-year-old laws fit into the world today. And that's your belief, that's your faith, and hallelujah to you. But it is not what your Bible is teaching. But that's what you're going to believe. And
Okay, can I say
I'm not going in 50-11 circles with somebody.
Well,
we've already said it.
What you read in Matthew 13, where it's talking about the axe, that the tree that bears fruit, that's a false prophet bears bad fruit, right? And it says it will be cut down. And it refers, the same thing is referred to in Matthew chapter 3, where it says, when John the Baptist was talking to the false prophets, the Pharisees were false prophets, and it says, and do not think that you can say to yourselves, we are Abraham's children. I tell you that of these stones, God can raise up children for Abraham. The axe is already at the root of the trees, and every tree that does not produce good fruit will be cut down and thrown into the fire. So, once again, it brings a metaphor about them.
Yeah, it's a metaphor for the literal thing that Deuteronomy 18 is saying. Do you not understand how metaphors work?
What happened to these false prophets in this story? What happened to them?
No one knows.
No, we know what happened to them. You know what happened to them? They succeeded, and they crucified the Lord Jesus Christ. And the people who our Lord Jesus Christ was teaching, which were big crowds, never touched them.
How do you know that these ones did not die? Because
well, I mean,
does it tell you the name? Does it tell you the name of the Pharisees and Sadducees?
Some of them, yes.
Not right here. It does not.
But it was the same. It was the same people. There wasn't that many of. There was not that many of them. There was not that many of them.
Sadducee name? Yes, actually there were. The Pharisees and Sadducees and the Zealots were very numerous during those times historically.
It was one temple. It was one temple only, brother. One temple.
It was one temple, but Pharisees and Sadducees lived in multiple different cities, which is why they rotated. Like when you look at Luke and you look at Zechariah and Luke, he rotated for his time frame of working in the temple. So they rotated and traveled to Jerusalem from multiple places within Judea to participate in whatever time frame they was supposed to be there. So the Sadducees and Pharisees, Sadducees and Pharisees who was there in Matthew 3 aren't necessarily the same Sadducees and Pharisees that would have been there to deal with Jesus, because they rotated. So no, you cannot make the claim that nothing happened to them and they were the specific ones who supposedly crucified Jesus. So you're making false statements based on how you want it to play out.
They're not the Nicodemus come to talk to Jesus?
It spoke about Nicodemus. Is Nicodemus the one talking to John the Baptist?
Nicodemus was part of them. Nicodemus was part of the crowd.
Is Nicodemus talking to in Matthew 3? Does it say Nicodemus anywhere?
Okay, so the point, brother, whoever was it, they were not the crowds. They were not ordered. The crowds were not ordered to grab them.
Nicodemus talking to John the Baptist.
It's not reading exactly. No, it's not reading exactly.
Then you cannot claim that these are the same Pharisees and Sadducees, especially when your Bible demonstrates that they rotate different Pharisees and Sadducees in the temple. So you don't know what happened to them. Now,
I don't know exactly what happened to them. No.
Yeah, you don't. So don't make the claim that you do. But a metaphor is a poetic example or poetic language talking about a literal thing. And the literal thing that is in Matthew 3 and Matthew 5 is Deuteronomy 18:20. False prophets are to die. But your modern day concepts of morality will not allow for you to do that. So you are forcing the issue.
So why is it that they didn't get stoned in the spot?
Now, if you're asking me that on a real reality situation, it is because the Pharisees and Sadducees was in the pocket of the puppet king, Herod Archelaus at the time, and he was in the pocket of the Roman Empire. So they had power, political power, in the same way that you will not go up and kill a lobbyist, because if you mess with the lobbyist, then the senators and congressmen is on the lobbyist side, and then the government is on their side. So if you are a grassroots organization, you don't have the kind of power to do that. Otherwise, the government is going to take you out. So that's the reality of why that would not have happened in truth.
Okay.
But as far as your story is concerned,
so they were powerless. So Jesus was powerless against these authorities.
Yeah, he was very much powerless against the authorities. Just as, do you realize that historically, that many people in first century claimed to be the Messiah, and historically, they were punished for that claim. Historically, many of those organizations, some of them tried to physically overthrow the Roman government, which is what the Messiah is supposed to do, and they were defeated. This is one of the reasons why Vespasian was brought into Judea, because of Jewish uprisings, because they were looking for a Messiah, and all these people kept claiming to be a Messiah. This is why Pontius Pilate was being recalled to Rome, because the emperor at the time, I think it's Tiberius, or I might be wrong about the emperor, or Augustus Caesar. I think it's Augustus Caesar, actually. Because Augustus Caesar was like, dude, you are handling this too cruelly. But the emperor died before he got there, and so he just went back. See, history, the Bible don't match history. And when you add history to the Bible, then the storyline is different. You can't think, you think of it in your own hero's journey, and it's simply not. But
okay. Well, okay. So let's put it to the test. Let's talk about this very moment. All right. Maybe you misunderstand the Bible, brother. But look, let me explain to you how it works.
Hold on. I don't misunderstand your Bible. I understand it more clearly than you do, because your belief in it, and your faith in it, and your emotions in it is what's causing you not to even recognize when your Bible says something very plain and clear.
No, because okay, I'm open to your opinion. I'm listening to you. I can learn something, but I'm yet to learn, because there's nothing you've said that is really makes sense. But look, let me make sense to you.
Okay, go try it.
Can you open Amos chapter 1 and read verse 6 to 8?
Have you ever learned how to paraphrase anything?
No, not really.
You should.
Maybe I should. Maybe okay. I'll take that into pocket. I'll work on that.
Amos Amos 1.
Correct. Yes.
Where did you?
Verse 8.
All right.
Verse 6 to 8. Verse 6 to 8.
Thus says the Lord, for the 3 transgressions of Gaza, and for 4, I will not revoke the punishment, because they carry into exile entire communities. to hand them over to Edom. So I will send a fire on the wall of Gaza, and it shall devour its strongholds. I will cut off the inhabitants from Ashdod, and the one who holds the scepter from Ashkelon. I will turn my hand against Ekron, and the remnant of the Philistines shall perish, says the Lord God.
Amen. Okay. Does that sound familiar to you?
Does this sound familiar?
Does it ring a bell?
Yeah, it sounds like Moses with his whole fire pillar. It sounds like the walls of Jericho falling down because they blew some trumpets.
Okay, well, what I meant, the reason why
does it say anything about false prophets? No.
No, brother. I was just going to give you a little point of view. So basically, what's happening right now in the war with Gaza and Israel is the very same scenario. Gaza broke into Israel, they attacked, and they took hostages. And so now, because of that, and they refused to turn in the hostages, Israel is destroying Gaza.
Yeah, and
just like it's explained on there. But now let's make this. Let's look at it this. Now we know very well that this happened a long time ago. Therefore, it's on the record. But consequently, we have the same exact scenario today. So that's something to perk up your ears to that. Now, look, how
no,
does that happen?
Hold on. Right? So, no, I disagree with this vehemently because, one, if we actually look at what's going on today, you have peaceful living Palestinians enjoying their country. And then after World War II, the British decided that this land was going to belong to European Israelites, European Jews. And then they came in and they systematically started taking land, taking government, bombing the shit out those people. And then those people simply retaliated since World War II of them coming in and just taking their land and taking their government. So if you really want to tell that story, you're going to have to start from the beginning and not start from right now. Because even if you went from right now, then you will know that there was Israelite bombings of Palestine, and taking of Palestinian homes, which is what made them go and take the Israelite people as captives. And now you're just trying to start when they came and took them as captives, as if they were just chilling and say, you know what we should do? Let's go take some captives.
Okay, well, look, brother, we could go deep. Okay, I don't mind. I have all the information.
Before we go any further, can you admit that you just picked a point in history to start to try to justify this with Amos?
Do you want to go back more?
Can you admit that you just picked a point in time to try to justify Amos and ignoring the rest of their history there?
No, I'm not ignoring the history. You want to go further? Let's go further.
Can you admit?
No,
so
because
you can't admit it. Just say yes or no.
Admit what?
That you picked a certain point in history to start your example for how this looks like Amos chapter 7, chapter 1.
Look, what happens is that I picked a very good point and you're trapped. You have nowhere to go. And now you're just making a tantrum, brother.
No, I wasn't trapped. I went and I told you how the whole thing started.
You're trapped. You're trapped. It's in your face. You have nothing. You have nothing to say. And now you're just tantrum. You're just knee jerking, brother.
Now you're frustrated, and so you're trying to like use some.
No. I'm just being honest with you. You know, I'm just trying to wake you up real quick.
So were not the Palestinians just enjoying their country, living there, and then after
they attacked. If your neighbor knocks down your door and starts making havoc in your house, and you have to defend yourself, and what are we gonna say? Oh, your neighbors were peacefully living in their house. No, they attacked.
When did they? So the Palestinians attacked the British, and then the British gave it to the European Jews.
Okay, let me share some information with you.
Is that what you're saying? Because you just said up there
No,
and said
no, that's
they
not what I
attacked.
said. That's
When
not
did
what
they
I said.
attack? When did they attack? The attack you're talking about, when did that happen?
October 7.
Okay, so again, you claiming I'm trapped. You're talking about October 7th. I'm talking about the 1940s. When
Okay.
those people, Palestinians,
Mm-hmm.
were sitting there minding their own damn business, and then the British decided that the European Jews that they wanted out of Europe would now be in control of those Palestinian people who were minding their own business, didn't have shit to do with it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because I was thinking you were referring to the prior. Okay. No. Yeah. So if you want to go back to that point, okay. So if we read, there's a news clip in here, from the newspaper. It reads: Creation of Israel, 1948. On May 14, 1948, David Ben-Gurion, the head of the Jewish Agency, proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. U.S. President Harry S. Truman recognized the new nation the same day. Okay, this is very curious because in Isaiah chapter 66, it is prophesied just as it reads like this. Can you open Isaiah 66?
Oh my gosh.
And Isaiah chapter 66 reads like this, brother. This I'll share it with you. Right about verse 8, it reads. Who has ever heard such things? Question. Who has ever seen things like this? Can a country be born in a day, or a nation be brought forth in a mere moment? Yet no sooner is Zion in labor that she gives birth to her children. Do I bring to the moment of birth and not give delivery, says the Lord? Do I close up the womb when I bring to delivery, says your God? Rejoice with Jerusalem, and be glad for her, all you who mourn over her. Rejoice greatly with her, all you who love her. So this prophecy was prophesied, and it
No,
happened just
no,
as it said.
no, no. Isaiah 66 is not a prophecy. Isaiah 66 is talking about after Darius came in and Cyrus came in and they conquered Babylon, and then Darius, when he became the king, he allowed the people to go back to Jerusalem and reestablish themselves as a vassal state of the Persians. So yes, in a day, Darius decided that that Israel will become a country as a vassal state in the Persian Empire. So that's not a prophecy. That is what Darius did. So
Okay,
there is no prophecy there, my guy.
did it happen again or no?
That doesn't make it a prophecy.
It is if it happens, it's a prophecy coming to pass.
So America is the prophecy then.
America is a prophecy as well.
Yeah, because in a day we became a country. We had to fight a war.
Actually,
in a day we became a country.
You know what, brother?
Civil War is a prophecy, because in a day the Confederacy was born in a day.
No, look, here's the fact though.
No,
the United States is 265 years old, right?
I'm done, my guy. I can only go so long with. I'm just gonna sit up here and keep creating different things to make it seem like it's right. And the whole thing was, can he admit? He couldn't admit Deuteronomy 18, kill the prophet. False prophet, kill the false prophet. That's it. So we got to go 11 miles. We got to go all the way around in a circle. And if you've been on my show, you know I don't like going in fucking circles. Just cut, as I said earlier, cut the circle, make a straight line. That's it. That's all you got to do. All this, that's the problem with these believers. They get so filled with all this, this and that and this, that. We got to support Israel because Isaiah 66 is talking about what was happening under Darius when he allowed them to go back and become a vassal state in the Persian Empire. It ain't got shit to do with 1948. 1948 was the stealing of those people's land in Palestine and the stealing of their government, because they were a British colony at that time. And because the British people, the Europeans, didn't want to deal with European Jews, they hated them just as much as the Germans. They sent them to Israel. And if you go find a person who's still alive and they were a Hebrew or a Jew at the time frame, their passport says that they were Palestinians back then. They were a Palestinian state, and then it was stolen from them. Stolen. But if you believe this Bible and you're a believer of this Bible, you don't see it as being stolen. You see it as being God's promise. And then they, of course, the people are going to fight back when you come and steal their land. In this guy's mindset, which he sounds like he's Spanish of some origin, then he should be fine with America stealing Texas. He should be fine with the Spanish stealing Mexico, stealing Central America, stealing South America from the people who are already there. He should be fine with that. He should be fine with his ancestors being genocide through disease and warfare, so that you can establish America, so you can establish Mexico and establish Central America. You should be fine with that. But yet, you believe in this God, you believe in this book, and your fear of going to hell keeps you where you got to sit up here and try to justify all of this bullshit. And then you get frustrated, Thomas, I got you trapped, bro. You will never have me trapped. And I can never be trapped, because one thing I know how to do, if I make a mistake, if I say something wrong, or if I'm just plain out wrong, I will just admit it. So I cannot be trapped. Isaac always got some good shit that he throw up. The Bible wasn't talking about today's Gaza. Gaza today is occupied by Palestinians. Exactly. I was going to go into that one too. But the Gaza in Amos was occupied by Philistines. The prophecy in Amos was about Philistines who were non-Semitic, not Palestinians who are Semitic. Oh, damn, he said who are Semitic people. The Philistines died out in 604 BCE, so current events have nothing to do with the book of Amos. Thank you. That was my next point, but he just got on my damn nerves with going in a circle. Boy, I tell you. Nobody, exactly, David. Nobody has the right to take anybody else's land. Nobody has the right to take anybody else's land. I think he just got frustrated because he doesn't want to answer any question directly. Shit. What is it? Lots?
Hey, bro.
How you doing? Are you over 18?
You hear me, bro? I don't have a headphones. I'm on my speaker, so I don't think I sound well.
You're kind of low, but are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 19, bro.
Okay.
I want to ask you a question, man.
Sure.
Are you like a Christian, or like what are you?
I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist?
Yes.
Okay, that's a different debate then. Cool. Why are you an atheist? Why are you an atheist?
Because none of these guys are real, and all these books are filled with contradictions and historically inaccurate.
No, I don't believe in Christianity also, bro.
Yeah, I said none of these religions, meaning all of them.
Yeah. And wait, so you believe like the Earth and all this universe came from like a Big Bang theory or what?
Not the Big Bang in which that most people generalize it as. Is more of a singularity within an infinite causation of singularities.
Can you repeat me that? I didn't understand it.
So our universe is our known universe started as a singularity. That singularity occurred, or Big Bang, as people like to say it, within another already existing universe, which that one was began already within a known universe. Now, since all energy can never be destroyed, all energy, all singularities are eternal.
Wait, and how do you know that that energy, like that this galaxy came from another galaxy? Like,
well, it's more than a galaxy; it's the whole known universe. So what we can see is that our known universe has been expanding at a certain rate, and we can see the edges of it in its radiation energy. Then we also see within our own known universe other singularities that explode out and create nebulas and stars and planets in the same way that ours did. So now, since we are limited in how far we can see and measure right now, because we see it happening within our own universe, it is most likely that that is how our universe came to be within a larger universe.
So you don't think there's like this all came like from a coincidence? Would you say that?
It's not a coincidence, it's just cause and effect.
But like the creation of this universe doesn't have like no type of a person like who constructed this. No intelligent design behind this universe.
No, just as there are millions of planets that do not have life that we understand it, we have now discovered at least 400 different Earth-like planets in what we can see of our universe. And there may very well be similar life to what we have, or we could exist on that planet as well. So there is no design to it, and there is so much chaos. There's more chaos in the universe than there is order in our known universe.
Yeah, but I think for something to like, let's say, built like this, it has to be a really intelligent mind behind this. I don't think there can be like a universe that just explodes and boom, you have like people with feelings, people with noses, eyes, animals, emotions. I don't think that can go from like one design of like galaxy from to a galaxy. That isn't no intelligent mind behind it. That's stupid to me for like to think that like you.
Okay, I think it's stupid to believe that there's some God who created all of this in such a poor planning with so much chaos, and who is also narcissistic and insecure and racist. I think that is a worse thought and even more unlikely.
Why do you think he's racist and insecure?
Well, he says that he's insecure because he says that he's a jealous God, and his anger towards anybody believing anything
No,
other than
I
him.
don't believe in that Bible, the Quran, the Muslim shit, the Jewish shit. I don't believe all that shit. I believe like God is here. He created, not like God, but some intelligent mind. But he doesn't participate in like this, what we do, or he doesn't like show up. Hey, I'm your savior. Well, I think he created all this, and this life, this world will be for centuries and centuries. It will never end. This world, which we live.
If there is so even if it is not the God as described in any of these books, but it's just some unknown idea of a God, right? Who has no personality whatsoever, then this God still did a piss poor plan of this creation. Because why would you put your people, why would you create a situation where you create sentient beings living on a planet where 90% of the planet is not meant for them to live in. In the parts that they do live in, 90% of the things around them is designed to kill them. And then in this space around it, you allow for all kind of shit to be floating around that would also kill them.
Which shit? I don't know what you're talking about.
Comets, asteroids, intersecting with other planetary bodies.
Did it ever kill us? Did it ever kill us?
There has been at least six extinction level events that's happened on Earth.
6 extinction exceptions.
Yes. Any anthropologist would
Dinosaurs or
any anthropologist would tell you that 98% of the species that have ever lived on Earth are extinct.
by asteroids.
Asteroids, ice ages, severe droughts, all kinds of shit.
I got a question, but how that ended in our race, our civilization, being alive even today? If those 6 times the civilization has been dead by asteroids, how are we still alive?
Adaptation. The survival of the fittest doesn't mean the strongest. It doesn't mean the fastest. It means that whatever is able to adapt to the new situation will survive.
We see the asteroid haven't killed us for over 12 million years and we still live.
No.
I don't think there is like much percentage. I think we are meant to live and it's meant to experience this world.
Well, we haven't been on it. We haven't
killed by some asteroid and that's all of it. That's stupid, I think.
Okay, well, really you need to learn more about humanoids because our type of humanoids, the type of humanoids that we are, have not been on the planet for 12 million years. Homo sapiens haven't been here for 12 million years. Homo sapiens have only been on this planet for about 200,000 years, right? And even through that time frame, there were other types of hominids or humanoids on the planet. For instance, Neanderthals is a different type of humanoid that was bred out. So it's like having lions and having tigers. Same species, but different phenotype. So we've had different types of humanoids, but most of those humanoids that have ever been in existence on this planet died out because they either were bred out, killed out, or did not adapt to whatever the situation was. Like our last ice age that lasted for about 30,000 years.
Yeah, but I'm saying we are still here. We are still here, bro.
But we haven't always been. We haven't
survived, and the civilization kept on living, man.
My God, we haven't. And so has cockroaches. So are cockroaches divine? Are cockroaches special? But we have.
Cockroaches are different from humans because they don't have a mind of its own.
But cockroaches, you were just talking about survival. You were speaking of survival. Cockroaches have survived just as long, if not longer, than humans. And like I said, Homo sapiens, which is what you are, has only been on this planet for about 200,000 years.
I don't quite understand your argument. What are we arguing right here for? Can you explain?
I'm showing you how your argument is wrong. You say that we've been here for 12 million years. We have not been here for.
I don't know how long we have been. I over-exaggerated, like how long are we here? But I'm saying we are here for a long as fucking time, and we will be here for a long as fucking time. Bro.
Well,
and no asteroid is gonna kill our civilization, and we'll be like, that's the end of this world. No, that doesn't.
If an asteroid the size of the one that hit the Yucatan Peninsula hit our planet again, you will not survive.
Bro, I will be first on this TikTok space, and I will look for you, and I will say, yo, bro, I'm still here.
TikTok won't be around.
I'm telling you, bro.
Okay.
We'll be here for ages, bro. No asteroid is gonna kill my ass, bro. They are moving around. Now I'm 19. 19 years I haven't saw them. 19 years I haven't saw Jesus, bro. I'm still here, bro.
Okay, your life, bro.
Rocky, bro, kidding me, bro. No way, man.
That's just. comedically funny, but nauseating at the same time. This is why I like talking to adults. I know TikTok, you have to be at least 18, but oh my gosh, sometimes the younger generation, I don't know what 19 is. I don't know if that's a millennial or Gen Alpha. I don't know what the hell a 19-year-old is. You know, I need to stick with 21 and up, because that's the time dilation of the mind is an amazing thing. When people only can see, they see things as their little short existence on this planet as being something long. Even the 200,000 years of Homo sapiens being on this planet is an incredibly short period of time when you look at the grand scheme of things, right? And that's what some people of the younger generation especially don't comprehend. And even when I was 19, I didn't comprehend it as much. At 19, living in the what was that? So I guess that was around the 1990s, early 90s. Yeah, early 90s. To me, being 50 seemed like it would be eons away. But then you turn 53, and it was just around the corner. Young man, I'm not letting you back up. I'm not letting you back up. You don't. We're not doing that. You got to be 21. I got you. I need 21s and up. I can't deal with it. Hell, I might even go up to 25 because this. And it's interesting. When I was, and that's the thing. When I was 19, I thought 53 was so far away. But at the same time, I thought about, Jim Crow and the 1960s, and that seemed like it was so far away. But as your mind matures, you start to realize that our time is a speck. And if in order to understand things of the nature that he and I was talking about, you have to be able to recognize how short of a time frame 200,000 years is. And then to suggest that if a meteorite the size of the one that hit the Yucatan Peninsula, which he probably doesn't even know what the hell I'm talking about, because educational systems around the world suck when it comes to stuff like that. The fact that you think you're surviving an asteroid the size of Texas, you're not surviving. You're not going to survive that. Rats and roaches and shit might survive, but humans aren't surviving. It might be out of the 8 billion people on the planet. So let me be correct. Out of the 8 billion people on the planet, you might get about 10,000 people who somehow survive that. Some way they survive. But the overwhelming majority are dead. If and some people are a little fearful right now because the animals been running out of Yosemite Park like crazy. They've been migrating out of Yosemite. If Yosemite, which is a super volcano, if that some bitch blow, would probably create a chain reaction where the ring of fire would start blowing. And what most people don't know is that in the Bay of Naples, underneath the Bay of Naples, to hell with Vesuvius, underneath the Bay of Naples is a huge caldera. It will probably cause that one to blow. So if the ring of fire, Yosemite, and the Naples caldera blow, we all dead. The earth will be covered in ash. The sun will be blotted out. All plant life is going to die. Large animals, including humans, will die of starvation, air pollution. Then disease will start to hit. You're not surviving that. It's just not going to happen. But these people be thinking. But when you're 19, and I remember, I was invincible at 19. I was invincible. At 19, I believed that I could survive anything. And then what I did in the Marine Corps, so by the time I was 25, 26, the things I did in the Marine Corps, Oh, you couldn't tell me I couldn't survive anything back then. So I understand. I get it. I'm young. Do you believe the elites have underground bunkers? Oh, I don't believe they have some underground bunkers. I've been to a couple of underground bunkers. And those were government underground bunkers. And if the government got these types of underground bunkers that are designed to be able to survive all these different planetary issues, I'm sure that the super rich have their underground bunkers as well. So, yeah. I've only been to one though. I've been to two. Shit, I just thought about it. I've been to two underground bunkers. Government underground bunkers. And you can survive in those underground bunkers for about 100 years. You can survive for at least 100 years in the two that I went to. But you know, what do they say? Youth is wasted on the young. I used to hate that saying when I was a youth, but I understand it now fully. I understand it fully. Youth is truly wasted on the young. You know, that's why we always, like, I stopped doing it, but I used to do the, man, if I can go back in time with the knowledge I have now, but be 19 again, oh, what I would do. Used to tell my children all the time, if I had me as a father, oh, man, by the time I'm 53, the world will sit at my feet. But at 19, would I have listened to me? That's the problem. Probably as much as my kids listen to me. I have a question. Other people, I've questioned other people's faith. I would question other people. I question other people's faith every day. What do you mean by that? Hey, Reed, R-E-I-D. That's the same as mine. Where's your family from, Reed? I'm curious where your family's from. I wonder if you might be connected. I ain't gonna tell you. I'm gonna see what you say first. I'm gonna give a Mississippi. I haven't tracked any from Mississippi. What I've tracked as far as that name is, if you would say Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, we might be family. But I didn't, in my lineage, I haven't found anybody who came out of Mississippi yet. We migrated from Wisconsin. Now, the boat for my family landed in Virginia. Landed in Virginia. And the white ones from my family that got the name Reed, they came from Scotland. And then they came from Scotland, but they came from Scotland after they had came from England. Oh, so it might, the Scottish part might be it then. We might be family through the white line. Might be family through the white line. Oh man. You got your mother's last name. She was a white woman. Gotcha. Well, if you see that you got a Jack Reed or a John Reed and another John Reed and another Jack Reed, they kept repeating the same damn names, we might be family. Okay. Do you have kids or a wife, and are any of them believers? My wife is not a believer. My kids are, let's see, so my kids are non-believers for the most part. One of my daughters is kind of like, could be not. So I would say one of my daughters is agnostic. The other daughter and son are, and these are my biologicals, they are pretty much atheists. On my blended side, I'm going to say that they are agnostics leaning towards atheists, but I'd have to ask my wife that. That's a question I've never asked her. Lewis Reed. So I'm gonna look out for a Lewis Reed as when I take the time to do more research on my family. Thus far, I haven't seen any Lewis's, but you know, them damn lines the shit gets huge once you pass like your great grandparents. That shit starts getting crazy. But I'll check in because I know a lot of them have brothers and all this kind of stuff, so I'll check. But I don't force my kids to not believe. I don't. Now, I would never, ever, 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 ever date or marry a Christian or any believer of any God ever again. That will never happen. You know what, Fred? If you talk about me going to hell, I'm fine with that. You talk about my family, fuck you, man. Don't talk about my family like that. You know, you can say what you want about me, but when you start talking about my children, you're starting to cross a line there. And if you ain't figured it out, I ain't the type of guy that'll sit up there and let somebody say something about my family. You can talk about me all you want to. You can say that I'm gonna go to hell all day long. But the moment you start putting your bullshit on my children, that's the kind of shit that make me come find you. All right? I ain't that guy. I am patient. I am nice. I treat people according to how they treat me. And Angelina, I don't care. You fucker. Oh, you saying you don't know about the girls, 1 and 2. But when you speak about my children, that's when your ass might get handed to you. Now, I've already had to take care of one guy who y'all don't see on this page no more. And it ain't because you see him on the page because I deleted him, blocked him from the page. He ain't on the page for other reasons. So Fred Adams, to be clear, don't talk about my children. Do not ever form your fucking mouth to talk about my children. Drink some coffee. Y'all be, some of you jokers be on these little, y'all some keyboard warriors. But I ain't the kind to just sit back on a keyboard. Fred, it is advisable for you to not show up on October 31st. Because I am the type of person that will hold on to some shit until I exact the punishment I deem necessary. So you do not want to be in my presence and you spoke bad about my children. You find yourself underwater. See, that's the arrogance of believers, is that they think that it gives them the right to say whatever they want to say, do whatever they want to do, tell whatever lie they want to tell. Let me talk to somebody else so I can move my thought processes in a different directions. Hopefully, Mello came up and muted himself. Guess he got some noise in the background.
Yeah, I didn't want to that you was talking, boss. I didn't want to interrupt you, man.
Oh no, you good. I need to change gears because some dude said something about my kids, and I need to release that and move my mind somewhere else.
Oh yeah, I understandable, bro. I just wanted to hop up here and say, welcome to TikTok. I didn't know you was on here, bro. I've been following you on on Facebook for a while now, and I was like surprised, like, oh, my man on TikTok. Oh, man. Yeah. I was just happy to see you on here, bro.
I'm still on Facebook as well. Matter of fact, let me ask you a question. Have you not been seeing my stuff on Facebook?
I have been seeing some of your stuff pop up like I usually have, but I also have been spending a lot more time on TikTok as of late. I do a lot of debunking and like political talks and everything like that, dealing with pretendians, the FBAs, and pseudoscience and all that.
Okay, because I've been noticing people have been telling me over and over again that they're not seeing my stuff on Facebook. I think Facebook is doing kind of a shadow ban on me, so you know that's why I was asking that question. So, what do you think about this subject matter?
Are you questioning your faith if you believe?
Yeah, with this false rapture prediction. I know you're not a believer. I'm assuming you're not. Are you a believer?
No, I'm not a believer, bro. Not even close, man. I deconstructed years ago.
Okay. So do you think that Christians, that there will be a certain number of Christians who are believing in this rapture in this particular one that will begin to question their faith?
Yeah, they are. They actually are believing in this rapture nonsense. One lady gave her kids up to CPS because she thought she was about to partake in the rapture, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that this is.
I firmly believe.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, man, I firmly believe that religions amongst us African people is bad news, and we shouldn't have anything to do with these Western religions or getting involved in it at all, because it ain't been good for us, at all. So.
No, I agree with you 100%. When people do walk away, oftentimes they then go to another religion. Even though I'm not a proponent of that, I still would say that, I'm not a proponent of that, but if you're going to go to another religion, at least go to one that your ancestors practiced, not someone that was beaten into your ancestors.
Yeah, exactly. Go learn some Ifa, learn some domination from the motherland. Get interested. At least take a look at it.
Yeah. I was talking to a young man, a guy some years ago, and he denies his African heritage and says that his family was here. So then I was asking, so why aren't you since you walked away from Christianity, why aren't you then becoming part of whatever that ancestry was here in America, whether it was the Cherokee or the Choctaw or whomever? Why aren't you believing in their spirit gods and things of that nature, if you're going to still believe in something? So I'd rather they do that than.
Nah, man, he's pretending something else, bro. They'll claim a tribe but don't know anything about their customs, cultures. There's no cultural continuity. There's no language involved. They don't know anything. Like it's just weird when they try to conflate with that. So naturally, they would not get into the spiritual side of that. And a lot of them hold a lot of anti-LGBTQ point of views, and the Native community really don't hold that. So it's just like, I don't know, man. They're weird people.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, I get that some of them want to run away from the history of Africans in America, and they don't want to look at the history of Africa prior to colonization and see that, you can have every country, every group of people have a proud history and they have a not so proud history. So you should be able to embrace all of it, because even when they look at this Native American history, I'm like, okay, they have a proud, but they also have a not so proud history. They allow for colonists to come in and take all their shit, kick them out of their land, break every treaty. And I always ask them, okay, if you're going to then get down with this history, why aren't you creating your own treaty or taking advantage of the treaties that are enforced? Get your own land, build your own communities. Why aren't you doing that? All you're doing is sitting up here ranting and raving about we were already here. But you demonstrate all Western cultural mentality. So And I remind them
10%, bro. They sound just like white tea supremacists, man. They sound just like them. They spilled the same rhetoric, the same anti-immigrant views. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I wish she was around, man. Some of these lives that we're doing, because we already made the correlation about FBA and who was it funded by, like the Heritage organization. You know, I'm talking about Steve Bannon's and all that type of people, and cultures. The lady who started ADOS, and she has connections to far right movements. I think that the movement was called like FAIR or something like that. But the SLPA identified it already. So a lot of the rhetoric and stuff we be hearing, man, is really coming from Yahtzees.
Yeah, and let me be clear. I don't mind if a person engages in all their history, all their heritage, I should say. I mean, hell, if I did mind that, I wouldn't even be married to my wife. You know, because she's. I want to get the number right. I think she's only like two generations away from the native parts of her family line. But one of the things that I love about her is that she engages on her native line. She engages on her African line. I pick on her about her white line, but she still recognizes her total heritage. So I don't mind if a person recognizes their total heritage, but when you put down a side of your heritage, that's when I start having a problem. When you let other people ransack your heritage, and then even the one that you're claiming, when you don't take advantage of it or you allow people to, treat it like trash, then you just a trash-minded person. That's just what.
Can I ask, is your wife Afro-Indigenous?
What? Afro-Indigenous?
Yeah, that's usually the mix. That's just called. You'll be considered Afro-Indigenous if you have like Native and African, and maybe some, maybe a little bit of European still up in there. But a lot of these fools that's claiming Cherokee somehow, they always claiming Cherokee and Blackfeet and Blackfoot, and don't know anything about the locations or where they're at. But again, they don't have any DNA tests. They're scared of DNA, so they're just claiming off of something that said their grandma told them. And I can confirm with you that a lot of these people, both white tea and black people, got pretending grandmother stories, great princess Cherokee grandmother stories, bro. But the DNA, when we get into the data, 4%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
1%. That's like 7 generations ago, almost 10 generations ago. You cannot be considered some of these people. You don't know the customs. You're far removed, bro. Having 1% of DNA, having 2%, like most black people in America have up to 25% European. Are Europeans?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Nah.
Her mixture is. I don't know if she would fit into that category per se, because I think the native part goes to like it goes back as far as maybe a great grandparent or a great great grandparent. But at the same time of the great great grandparent, there's also the white, but there's also the black in that same little time frame. Like their mixture has been more recent. Not going further than a great great grandparent is all the mixtures that make her, and like everybody else is through now the grandparent and then the parents. You know what I'm saying? So
she had to look at a DNA test, because a lot of us, we have these ambiguous grandparents and great grandparents who had perms and stuff, and we look at them and thinking they were something different, when everybody during that day had perms and were a little light skinned because of all the great that the white tea man did.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And instead of claiming European or claiming black, they would say they were natives.
Well, hers is more documented.
I got you.
And let me, and I ain't gonna get into, she ain't gonna get mad at me for saying this. hers is documented to the point where there was a relative that was living at a time frame where she could have known the relative, I think, who, because of the indigenous parts and the white parts, could have owned like all this fucking land in Wilmington, North Carolina. But because she was so angry with the white part, she denied the land. And so her children didn't get the land. And then I think my wife comes around. So it's like, that's how close it is. And, you know, we have the record. So the records show that for that particular family names, and and it also has the records which show the Indian chief and the names that and the family members that he claimed are part of her family line too. And he is known as the chief, the Indian chief on there. So it's real close, but I think I tell her she's 33 and a third, 33 and a third, 33 and a third. White, Native, and African.
That shit triracial. We got plenty of those here.
Yeah. Now my shit, as far as the natives, that shit goes so far back, it's so damn minute. It don't even matter as far as the native part. You know.
Yeah, that's just the stats. On average, our DNA test that we could look on average. Go ahead and take a little quick Google search. On average, African Americans carry up to 4% natives, unless they're freemen sometimes, coming from one of the 5 civilized tribes who were enslaved, but again, their ancestors might be back, or unless they have direct parents where they're Afro-Indigenous, you know, more like a 50-50 mix. But there's no like pure-blooded natives in America left there. They all have like European admixture because of all the, you know, the bad things. The people who have the highest indigenous DNA are like in South America and Mesoamerica.
Right, and I agree with you on that one 100%, because like one of my daughters took the DNA test, and I was actually surprised that she didn't get she didn't get native in there. I didn't expect her to get any from my line, but on her mother's side of the family, her mother's father is like 1/4.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It might be passed down to the female line, not from her dad. She got it from her dad. She wouldn't pass down certainly his markers that would start a line unless she had a boy, and it might show up in him, maybe. But yours will override the maternal line.
Yeah,
I mean not maternal, paternal line. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I would love for my son to get it done because he looked just like that. He looked a lot like his grandfather on that side. Look, at one point, I looked at him like, is he belong to me? My girls look just like me, and that boy don't look nothing like me. He look more like me now. And when he started turning like 18, when he started turning about 17, 18, he started looking more like me. But beyond that, I'm like, that mother looked like his uncle on her side, and he looked like his daddy, his grandfather. You know, but I would be interested in seeing him getting that done to see what comes out of him, because you're right. There are certain attributes that parse differently between male and female. So that would be an interesting thing to look at for him.
You know what they say, Coach? You born looking like your dad, and you die looking like your decisions.
I'm with you on that one, because yeah. But you know, at the end of the day, I don't even really. I look at it more. It don't matter. It really doesn't. What matters is who I decide that I'm going to be, and how I'm going to move in this world that we live in today. I'm not going to start an Indian tribe and get some land, nor am I. Well, I will go back to Africa. I go live in Africa in a heartbeat. So
that's what my plan is, Coach. I'm trying to go back home, bro. This country this ain't it.
Yeah, you know, well, you've been following me long enough. You know, I do not want to. I will refuse to live the rest of my life in America. You know, me and my wife are on a plan to get the hell up out of here, because I can't do this country. This country sucks, And if a rapture did happen, let me take it back to the rapture, because I wanted to talk about this a little bit. If a rapture did actually happen, a lot of people think, oh, that'd be such a glorious thing because all the Christians will be gone, right? Actually, and I'm gonna do a separate video for this later on today. Actually, the world will be thrown into turmoil, and America is going to get conquered by the Chinese or India or the Muslim nations. America is going to get conquered. And all these Americans run around, the Americans that are left think that it's going to be like, oh, yes, it's great, it's great. No, your ass about to be up under Chinese regime or Indian regime or Arab regime. And that's it. That's your ass. You know, and I wouldn't want to live here if the rapture happened. Fuck that. And shit, there's not many places you're gonna be good to go. What do you think about it?
If the rapture happened, I think all the fun people would be left. But I mean, if the rapture actually happened, it'd only be like 15 people anyway. I mean, I think we'll still have everybody.
Yeah. Oh, now that is the truth, because a lot of these Christians who think that they're gonna go somewhere, they ain't going no damn well. They're gonna be like, oh shit, I missed it, but I believed in Jesus. And then I'm gonna be on here reminding them of that part where Jesus said that there are many, that there will be a bunch of them who call out my name, do miracles in my name, but I will not know them. That's gonna be the majority of them.
Did you do your Father's will?
Exactly. The majority of Christians who think that they will be raptured up are not going anywhere. Their ass is gonna be right where they at. All them prison conversions, they ain't going nowhere. A whole bunch of them pastors, nowhere. A lot of them mothers and deacons and all them, they ain't going nowhere. They happy asses gonna be still right here, wondering what the fuck happened.
Exactly. Well, I'm 100% confirmed most of these people wouldn't even make it to like the rapture event. Like they wouldn't even float a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't even tease them. They ain't
gonna get off the ground just this much.
None of that. 10 toes down the entire time, watching dogs and cats get floated up to the sky. But it's the only creatures is the truly innocent. You know what I'm saying? It's only creatures.
Exactly.
Other than that, I don't know.
If it's a true rapture, then only the babies are going. Just the babies. Ain't none of these other motherfuckers going nowhere. And then they're gonna be mad. They're gonna be mad because their ass got left behind. And then most of them gonna start going away from it.
They don't even believe that the kids don't, you know, everybody's born in sin, man. Everybody's evil. So that's why the lady gave her kid to CPS, and she thought she was so holier than thou that the kids was, you know, they were gonna get left behind.
A lady did. She gave her kids CPS during this rapture. Oh,
yes.
That's just crazy. That's the delusion that these people are under, that they just giving up their lives for some make-believe shit that they have no proof of, and that actually goes against their own book. You know, their book tells them that they don't know when, they don't know the day, the time, nor the hour, that only their Father knows. But they believe this because this dude is claiming that God told him, just like God told Moses, just like, you know, God told Paul. They basing this shit on what somebody is claiming God told them to supersede their own critical thinking.
Yeah, somebody asked him, did he have enough water that day? You know, what did he do that day? He had a big workout the night before. What you do?
What?
The day before you had a message from apparently your sky daddy. When your sky daddy really, like, come on, these people are grifters, in my opinion. That's what I feel like. That's how I've been feeling like they've been grifted for the last 15 years. So I don't know.
Oh, they definitely have been. And see, if I was truly an evil person, as they like to proclaim me to be, I would do a flip on y'all. I would come back and tell y'all that, you know, I just had this experience. Jesus came and sat down in the room with me. He talked to me. I had that Paul experience. And then I would start preaching a slightly varied version of Christianity that is more metaphysical and I can get rich. I can get rich. Just like
we say it all the time. Me and my friends on here that we did debunking the pseudo stuff, and we say like, because it's so easy. We wanted to be, bro. We can make so much money because it's so easy to be a pseudo. It is so. All you do is gotta speak with conviction and don't. You don't have to show any proof. You just gotta be confident and curse everybody out who disagree with you. It's so easy, and then sell your little books and get your little trinkets.
Yeah.
So many people make money off this. There's so much pseudo information, so many books out here that's garbage, man. And these people making millions off the back of our people's ignorance. You know what I mean? Like I remember back in the day, like we just had this conversation. You ever go to like black book shops back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you walk into a black book shop, I remember the one down in my city in Red Terminal. It's like one of the oldest bookstore, black bookstores in the city. But he would have like pseudo books next to like real information. So how is any random person supposed to, if you're not familiar with any of these topics, just gonna pick it up like, oh, this is real, this.
Yeah, they would, and it's all trash. Man, is that the ice cream truck?
Yeah, man, I'm out back.
Nah, you just make it. I love ice creams, and I haven't had ice cream in weeks. So it was like, ooh, ice cream truck.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it along. To lower it down because
you're all right. I can't help but to pay attention to most things that are going on around me. So I hear ice cream truck. I'm like, ooh, ice cream truck. I still heard everything that you said though, but you're absolutely right. That's why if you think about it, if you go into a Barnes and Noble, hell, the Bible is in the nonfiction is in the fiction section. Because they know it's fiction, that there's nothing that can substantiate this book to make it a true story. And so they put it in the fiction section. I can't say those two words together. It's like a tongue twister. The fiction section. So I'm not surprised that you can go into a black bookstore or any bookstore really, and then find that, oh, they got the Bible or they got some real stuff and it's right next to some shit about the space aliens living in a volcano, and that's what started humankind, and you gotta get your audits, like in Scientology. And then, have it next to some shit like that.
Yeah, man. So we got these Hebrew Israelites today.
Yeah.
Looking at fake maps and they spelled. If you go look in Africa, they wrote Judah, and if you just do a little bit of research, you'll understand that it was a French mispronounced spelling of that word.
Yeah.
Like I actually know somebody from over there. and you can find YouTube videos of other people debunking this in real time, actually talking to the natives over there who will confirm it. So it's just like where how they have a leg to stand on at this point. I don't get it.
Yeah. Because I've done multiple videos on how, because the Dutch couldn't pronounce the word Vayuda, that they then translated it to Judah, Kingdom of Judah, but it's the Vayuda tribe. And yeah, I haven't talked to face-to-face people from Benin, but the people from Benin will tell you, no, that is the Vayuda tribe. That was not the tribe of Judah, right? So it's some bullshit. And they, the people, because Benin is where the Dahomey, and the Dahomey they were fighting a war against them. So they bought guns. Here goes some slaves from this tribe. And it's funny, the worst part about it, if you tell them something differently than what they believe, they'll say, oh, you got that from the Edomites, white people. But you're basing it on a map that was made by the Edomite, the white people. You see how that logic just don't make sense?
Man, tell me about it. This is our daily conversations with these people, bro. Like, you just listen to the white man science, the white man technology. The white man told you that history. That's not it. You must have, oh man, the Edomites, they want to be some type of bite, bro. They want to be some type of edible bite. I don't know, some type of Mike Bomo bite. They always want to be some type of bite. They
funny. They funny. But bruh, it's 3. I've been on here for 3.5 hours. It is almost 3 o'clock. I'm almost done. So what I want to do is I'm gonna let this one last person come up.
with you, bro. I appreciate it, man. I've been wanting to actually chat with you for a long time. It's to, you know what I mean? Have like a, so I court you on like doing YouTube sometimes, and I mostly have to court you on Facebook.
Okay.
But for sure, man, it's been good talking to you. I know you about to get off.
Appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna get off in a few. I'm gonna let one more person come up. I see in the studio, and then it'll be lunchtime. My wife already told me that I need a Snickers because I'm angry. So appreciate you, Mello.
No problem, man. You have a good day.
You too. We got one more person. I don't know if she did it by accident or if she did it on purpose, but we're about to find out. Sherry.
No.
Was that?
It's an accident again. But we can talk. I mean,
you know, when you get here in San Antonio, October 31st. No, I can't say that because that might come out wrong. So I ain't gonna say what I was thinking. It'll come out wrong. It'll go the wrong way in people's mind. We're gonna have a conversation. Let me just put it that way. I was gonna say it differently, but I can't. So yeah.
I need your phone number so I can get in touch with you when I get there. I'll send you a message on Instagram.
Okay. Yeah, I hardly ever check Instagram, but I'll check that. I'll do that. I got requirements when I give people my phone number to not abuse the hell out of my phone number.
Oh no, I won't be calling for no other reason. I've seen her. I've seen your wife. I know you got the wife.
Oh, that ain't got nothing to do with it. You know, one of my best friends is a woman, and we've been friends for like 25 years. My wife is not that kind of a person. So I used to give my number out to people, and then it's like, hey, what about this? And hey, what about that? And hey, what about this? And my phone would just be ringing all day with people asking me questions about what we talk about here. And so it was like, you can't call me every day for this and ask me questions and all that kind of stuff. You know, so that's what I mean. No, my wife, if you called, 90% of the time I put my phone on speaker when we're in the house. But no, if a woman calls me, my wife is not going to, if she was that kind of jealous, insecure person, she would not be my wife. Yeah. So no, don't let that be a concern. Yes. But I'll definitely send it to you.
Okay.
Because I never check Instagram, but I go check Instagram. What do you think about this? About this? You are really low.
What's that?
So what do you think about this this rapture failed prophecy?
I don't believe in it. I'm not an atheist. I think maybe I'm leaning more for agnostic. I haven't got to the atheist.
Okay, you're really low.
Jesus of the Bible, I don't believe in.
You real low, Sherry. I can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on my phone with the speaker inside. So
oh, you are? Oh, okay. It just sounds a little muffled. But you're saying that you're more around the agnostic side?
I think so. I don't know if I'm truly agnostic either. So I'm working on where I'm at.
Yeah.
That's why I'm listening to your lives, and there's a couple of more other people I listen to.
No, it's understandable. I mean, for a good little while, even while I was doing what I'm doing now, I would vacillate between atheism and agnosticism. Hell, if you go back far enough, you'll see that I was saying that I'm probably Gnostic instead of agnostic. That I thought that there was a God. We just have the wrong conception of what a God is. And, I just studied more and more and more to get to where I am now. And that doesn't mean you have to go the same process.
Between Gnostic and agnostic.
So agnosticism is basically just saying that I don't believe that there is a God, but I'm open to the possibility, if given proof, that there is a God. A Gnostic says that there is a God. It is not the gods of these books, but only through knowledge can we come to understand this God. And we're still not going to understand him completely.
I believe in there's a higher power, but not somebody that sits on a throne governing what we do and what we can do.
Yeah, that's more in line with Gnosticism to a certain degree, or Taoism fits that category as well. But the easiest way to say it, just be a theist. You know, there's a God, but it's not any of these gods. Yeah, so I would go there. I mean, but that's how I would kind of perceive where you are right now. But you don't have to have a title at all. It doesn't have to be categorized in any form or fashion.
Okay.
You know, you can just be Sherry. And this is what Sherry thinks.
Those days to share.
Yeah. Because a lot of people want to be in categories. I'm spiritual. I ain't Christian, I'm spiritual. Well, you still believe in the Bible, so you're Christian. You know. Or, you know, they do ancestry, veneration. So you don't have to be a title, you can be whatever you want. You can just be Sherry.
Yeah, I like a lot of people, I was raised up in the Christian church, then I went to non-denominational, then I went to Israelite, the Black Israelites, and they was telling me I couldn't wear this and couldn't do this, and I said, oh, me, what got into it? Oh no, I'm done. You have to wear dresses all the time. You have to have the blue ribbon and the knots hanging at the end, all kind of stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites was never something that I would have ever went towards. Just this militaristic mentality and the level of ignorance that you have to have, because I would have to deny my actual heritage in order to be a Hebrew Israelite. And then I would have to put forth things that I knew were untrue in order to be a Hebrew Israelite. So it took me I'm gonna give him a little credit and say it took me all of a day to realize that Hebrew Israelite is just some old bullshit that, you know, was designed. Really, it's kind of designed after the Black Muslim movement, that you find Black people who are in a situation where they feel marginalized, make them think that the true God that's within one of these books, the Bible or the Quran, is your God, but they just been using it wrong, and that this God is going to redeem you in some form or fashion. So kind of like how the Nation of Islam did that with the Quran, the Hebrew Israelites just simply did that with the Pentateuch or with the Torah, is to reinvent the Torah to fit Black Americans. And then later on, they elevated it to it's not only Black Americans, but it's also the Hispanic community as well, because they just preying on marginalized people's emotions.
Now, I dated a guy that said he was a Black Israelite, that he wasn't a Hebrew Israelite. He didn't follow the clothing and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because just like any religion that starts, you're going to get alternative thoughts, and those alternative thoughts are going to create a division within their religion, which that in itself should let people know it ain't real.
And you mentioned heritage. Now, I did our family tree all the way back to the 1800s, because we have documentation, we have pictures with the dates on it and everything. And we still have 40 acres of our 100 acres that they started out with in our family.
Cool. Oh, that's outstanding. That is outstanding. Yeah, I was able to go back to. She's a child of the 70s. I think everybody should go back and do as much research as they can. Fortunately, for one of my lines, I was able to go back to the 1650. But you know, we had the land still, but my grandmother sold the land to one of our other relatives. So technically we have the land, but I have no access to any of that in the sense of ownership. But at least it's still within the family.
My brother and sister pay the taxes still on the land that we have. It got passed down from the grandparents to my father, then to us.
Yeah. And at least yours is still in the bloodline. Ours went into the non-bloodline of the family, like a married bloodline of the family.
Yeah.
So like my grandmother sold it to the husband of one of her nieces. And so of course now he passed it down to his daughter, where it's now owned by his daughter. I mean, she's still technically in the bloodline, but it's not emotionally connected because she has passed away. So now it's with her daughter. And like with her daughter, only me and my cousins at my age are still kind of connected to her. But when she passes it down, there won't be any emotional connection because my kids and my cousin's kids are not really connected to her kids. So even going to the land annually and having family events, all of that stopped. All that stuff stopped. So that's cool that yours is still connected.
I was told we had like 300 acres that got lost, but I hadn't found any proof of that yet.
Oh, a lot of it's out there. And then you got, like I was saying earlier about my wife's family, her is like a relative who was offered when they had Reconstruction. No, so it was much later. So when they had Reconstruction, their family had got all this land, but then there was somebody later on, she denied the land. She didn't even take it because
yeah, I heard you say that.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. I wanted to go and dig her up and be like, hey, you fucked up. You know how badly you messed up your family, you know? But you know, people do dumb shit.
That was like 60 acres. We had other relatives paying the taxes, and of course they didn't pay the taxes, and we didn't find out about it till it was lost.
And that is how a lot of people lose their land, is that they don't pay the tax on it because they're not living, you know, there, or they moved away from there, so they don't want to deal with it. So they just let it go to probate court, and now anybody can go get it. You can go to a tax lien auction and you can buy that land, and now and after, depending on what state you're in, after a certain amount of time, you own that land now.
Yeah, my brother did get a piece of it. He did that. He went and got, you know, some in his own name. But I plan on building on it, going back home, because like now I live in Prairieville, but that's in Natchitoches, Louisiana. It's supposed to be the oldest settlement in Louisiana Purchase.
Okay. But lady, I am hungry as all get out. And my neighbor now started back that noise that he was making that was driving me crazy this morning, which is why I started 20 minutes late. It's not as bad as it was earlier. You would have thought I was at a machine shop if I would have came on live at 11 o'clock or 12 noon. So I'm gonna get off, but I appreciate talking to you, and I'll make sure I send that information to you so that, you know, when you get here, you can alert me that you're here.
Okay.
All right. So thank you, Sherry.
All right. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you as well.
Good day.
You too.
All right. Bye.
Right. So for all of you who do not know what me and Sherry was talking about in the reference of being here, we are having a meetup here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. If you go to my YouTube page and type in @CoachRans33, you'll be able to find the page, click on this recent live, and you will see the link to the hotel that we are utilizing. That hotel provides a free breakfast and a free supper. And some of the events that we're going to have surrounding this meetup are as follows. To reading the minutes of church. We're going to meet up at a distillery called Devil's River, which is about a 7-minute walk from the hotel. We mapped that out over the weekend, and that's just where we're going to meet and greet. You know, there's a patio. We're going to sit on the patio. Those who don't like cigar smoke, sit downwind from me, and you'll be all right. Then that night, because of Sherry, We're going to find a place to go dance. If we don't do it that night, we'll do it Saturday night. All right. We might do it both nights here because I like having fun. And then Saturday morning, we're going to have a biz and money talk poolside at the Jury Hotel downtown, Jury Plaza Hotel downtown San Antonio, 10 a.m. And then because we need to be financially squared away, go ahead and put your question up, BB. Then that afternoon at 2 p.m. after lunchtime, we're going to meet at the Japanese Tea Garden. It's if you're driving, it's just a few minutes away. If you're not driving, it's a $15 Uber drive away, ride away, and you can share that with somebody. I drive a Mustang, so I'm not caravanning people. But the Japanese Tea Garden is free. That they do have a little restaurant up there if you like, but we're going to have a deconstruction Q&A. That way you will be able to ask your questions. It won't be a static type of situation. Then later that evening, we're going to have a developing the community of deconstructing, which probably going to turn into another Q&A from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. because the pool closes at 10 p.m. It's going to be poolside. And then we're going to go do some more dancing, or if we didn't go dance on that Friday night because of Sherry, I'm going to keep on blaming Sherry for this the whole time, the dancing part, even though we probably would have did that anyway. But I'm gonna blame Sherry. And then Sunday morning, we're just gonna do a sound bowl meditation for those who want to participate around 7 a.m. Poolside. And then depending upon how and when people leave on Sunday, we'll figure it out. But if my Falcons are playing, we're gonna be somewhere to watch my Falcons at 11 a.m. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I'm gonna watch my game, and my wife's gonna watch her Pittsburgh Steelers. So I would look forward to you guys being there during that time frame. I hope to see all of you, but go to @CoachRange33 on YouTube. Look up any of the more recent, more recent video lives, and you'll see the link to the hotel. I need at least 7 more rooms, so that I'm not responsible for those other rooms. So y'all need to get the reserve. You don't have to pay right now. You do have to put your card in, but you don't have to pay for it right now. VB, I was trying to give you time to ask your question. I'm trying to let you ask that question before I get off here. You know, if y'all need to buddy up with people to get here, buddy up with people to get here. Where's your question, BB? Don't, Coach, I got a question, and then say sorry. Coach, okay, there we go. Is Egypt or Mesopotamia or African civilizations older? Okay. So let me put her question up there so people on the other pages can see it. So BB's question is Egypt, Mesopotamia, or African civilizations older? Now, Egypt would be considered an African civilization since it is on the continent of Africa. Mesopotamia technically is on the continental shelf of Africa. So some people will say that Mesopotamia is an African civilization as well. Just out of the ones that you are saying, then you definitely are going to say African civilization is older, but it depends on where we're talking about. So we can go down into South Africa and we see that there was called Adam's calendar. That is an African crawl civilization construct that was there. That is older than any other civilization, any other construction that we've seen in Africa or pretty much anywhere else in the world. They are still arguing and debating over whether or not it was a full-fledged civilization as science, anthropology categorized civilization. At first, they just thought it was a cattle crawl. Well, at first they thought it was just some kind of megalithic structure to view the stars. Then they realized, then they were saying it was a cattle holdings. And now they're also saying that people were living in this circular crawl civilization. Some dated back to 20,000 years ago. Some dated back to 70,000 years ago. And some even have pushed it back as 200,000 years ago. I'm more in the 70,000 years ago, but that if it was 70,000 years ago, being in South Africa, the last ice age would have destroyed that civilization. They would have migrated away from it and left it because it would have been frozen tundra. As far as our most recent civilizations that we can look at, Göbekli Tepe and Taran Tepe are older than the Mesopotamian and the Egyptian civilizations, and they have recently realized that Göbekli Tepe has housing units in and around it that they still were somewhat, they were in between hunter-gatherer and agricultural societies. So hunters went out, came back. People stayed there, had small agriculture. But Göbekli Tepe is roughly about 7,000 to 9,000 BCE. They haven't fully excavated Taran Tepe, but Taran Tepe looks to be about 12,000 BCE, and it's most likely that if Taran Tepe, since it's built similar to Göbekli Tepe, that it will more likely show itself to be a civilization as well, being half agrarian, half hunter-gatherer. So, and that's up in Turkey. And it's on the Asian side of Turkey. So relative to what you call a civilization, you're going to have different thought processes on it. But it's most likely that the Ice Age, that the Adam's calendar is probably the oldest civilization that we've found. But like I said, it would have been deserted during this last Ice Age, which started somewhere between 50 to 30,000 years ago, right? And I would wager that if they actually dug underneath the Sahara, that you will probably find civilizations that were in existence there during the time frame of the Ice Ages, because that area was green, because they've already discovered ancient rivers that was part of the Sahara, and whale bones all in the Sahara, which shows that it was also underwater at some point. So it's a lot. It's a lot of information to figure out what's the oldest. The more we dig, the more we find out. But all information does still lead to the fact that Homo sapien originated in Africa and came out of Africa. Now, there are other humanoids that were in other areas, and they were around at the same time of Homo sapiens, like Neanderthal is one of the more popular ones. They also discovered that Chinese people actually originated out of East Africa during one of the migrations that was happening about 25,000 to 125,000 years ago. And that's where Chinese people developed. The Chinese people came from there. And then, of course, they then migrated over into the Americas and became the people that we call indigenous people in America. The Chinese geneticist who was trying to do that, that wasn't his goal. His goal was to prove that Chinese people are indigenous to China. But what I like about him is that he was truthful and just said, no, come from East Africa. And then the question is whether those East Africans came from. But that would have been 25,000, at least 25,000. No, that would have been at least about 70,000 years ago. Because they estimate the Chinese migrated into the Americas about 25,000 years ago. Right? So there again, I call any grouping of people more than just a family a civilization. They may call it a tribe or a grouping or whatever. To me, once you are more than just your family, you're a civilization. Once you got multiple bloodlines, you're a civilization. So, but it's a lot. I hope that helped. I know I gave you a lot, but I hope that helps. So, but I appreciate everybody for being here today. We go live every Monday through Friday. We start at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, and we pretty much go until I either get hungry, bored, or tired, or knowing that I only got so much time before my wife get home, and I try to be done with everything by the time she gets home, which means that I got to eat and make some videos before she gets home about different other subject matters. Please continue to share everything. Share all the videos. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who supports the channel. Whether you are a super fan on TikTok, I just discovered that. I don't even know if I did it right. If you're a super fan on TikTok, a subscription holder on Facebook, a member on YouTube, those who super chat, I appreciate the super chat. Those who give gifts, I appreciate the gifts. Those who support the channel through donations to my Cash App, I appreciate that. Most importantly, I appreciate everybody who subscribes and shares everything, because that's more important. I'm never looking for you guys to donate anything, but subscribing to the channels and conversating and talking, that's the biggest joy that I get. So y'all have a great day, and always remember, you have to free yourself to be yourself, because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations. And we're Audi 5000.